It's 9:01 actually, so I'll go ahead and, are we ready? I think we're all ready. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 19th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. And I would like to start off with a moment of silence. Did anyone have a moment of silence? I have one for Frida Mae Krukoff of Nice, California. She's a member of Robinson Rancheria. Passed away recently on April 15th, peacefully in her home, was born in Upper Lake on Mockingbird Lane under an oak tree in 1927. And so she happens to be my great aunt, and usually I would be, upset and whatnot, but my great aunt lived a very full and happy life. She was very proud of her family. She leaves behind 3 children and many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I don't even have that number, but I know she leaves behind Douglas Duncan, Colleen Pete, and Kyle Crandall. She's preceded in death by her husband, Henry Krukoff, who passed in 2019, and her first husband, Vernon Duncan, plus her sisters, Mildred, Colleen, and Evelyn, who was my grandmother. And one of the most interesting things about my great aunt was she was the maintenance director of Robinson Rancheria, or actually it was the housekeeping director of Robinson Rancheria from the 80s until 2008 when they forced her to retire at 81. And that career path for her was initiated in the 30s and 40s. She lived here in Lake County with great-grandmother Hazel, and our great-grandfather had passed away from a logging accident, so they always had to help out in the family, in the community here. And so she was so good at that, she ended up carrying it out through her whole life. And so just wanted to share those words. She was so proud of the fact that she was able to vote. I'll just briefly tell you an interesting and funny thing about her. She would go into the voting polls in Upper Lake and spend 45 minutes reading the pamphlets to ensure she's making the right decision on not only a candidate, but also the initiatives. And so the reason why, and I asked her why she did that, and she said, because I wasn't able to vote until the late 60s. So it's because as Native Americans, you weren't allowed to vote until that time frame, unless you were a veteran from the 20s. And so I just share that because it's just a unique piece of history that we don't know how close it was when that time frame was here. So I'll offer that. Supervisor Simon, can you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda.
No items.
No items. Consent agenda, these items and agenda items are considered non-controversial and will be passed through one motion unless someone wants to pull one of these from the agenda. And so I will go to the board. Is there any items to be pulled from the agenda? Supervisor Sabatier?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 5.3 for just a quick clarification, or 5.3 for further discussion, and 5.5 for a quick clarification. No, vice versa, sorry. 5.3 for a quick clarification and 5.5 for discussion.
All right. Are there any others? Not seeing any here. Are there any from the public? And I don't see any online, so I will bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, and 5.6 through 521, I believe, yes, from the consent agenda.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstentions, and there is none, so the motion passes. And we are now to our timed items. And our 9:05, I don't know if we have there's no pet of the, or is the animal control conducting the pet of the week? And I'm not seeing a pet here, so I don't know.
That's a shame.
Is there a pet of the week this week, or?
Apparently there's not today, although
Okay.
I wasn't notified, so.
Okay, well, we'll hold it just in case, because we don't want to waste the animals' time. We could waste ours, but not. All right.
Good thinking.
So next, we have public input, and we do have one item. Mary Draper, if you would like to come to the,
And I believe one more just handed to the Assistant
Okay.
Clerk of the Board. Oh, that is Mary Draper.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mary Draper, and I'm sorry for your loss. You've had plenty, but I know you have a lot of good memories, so that always helps. I'm here today to ask you to reconsider the appeal hearing for Sowers. I have a packet for each of you. Here you go.
are you wanting us to follow this packet while you?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to show you, tell you what's in it. There are several different reasons for asking you to rehear. However, one of the big reasons is that no notice was ever given to Sowers about the violation. You'll see in the beginning of your packet, the Aviana LLC that was filed with the Secretary of State. And then you will see that Sowers LLC filed with the Secretary of State. The state has determined that LLCs are separate entities in and of themselves. So you notified Aviana. It was testified by Mark from Code Enforcement that Aviana has the abatement, which you can see the notice of abatement to Aviana, and that Aviana was mailed a notice of the violation. Nothing was ever mailed to Sowers. They did not have due diligence. They needed to be noticed, and they were never noticed. After that, you will see the lease between Aviana and LLC and Sowers. Then you'll see that the state permit is in the name of Sowers. The county license is in the name of Sowers, and the hearing was for Sowers. The license was for Sowers, and Sowers was never noticed. Therefore, it's invalid because it failed to provide due notice to Sowers. So I would like you to consider that. I would like you, because it was actually done incorrectly by the county, I would like you to think about that and bring it back, if you will, because it was done incorrectly. And next time, our emails between Sowers' team and the county, starting over a month before we put the tents up, asking for help, saying because of the appeal, and then the appeal was delayed, we could not get a building permit, we could not get any kind of permit to put up drying structures. And had the delay not happened, then we could have put up the drying structures, we could have got a permit. But because of the delay, we could not do it. And we emailed everybody in the county. Susan Parker, I believe, at that time was handling it. Mary Darby was brand new. The county was trying to help work something out. It'd been over a month, and I think a lot of it is because Mary Darby was new, and there was a lot of new people here, and they could not come up with a solution for us. We sent them several emails asking for help. We were told they were working on it. We talked to them about the state fair tent, and the code with the state is you can put up a tent that's a temporary structure under 180 days with the generator. And that is exactly what we did. Catherine Schaefer said during the hearing
Can
that,
we could come to a wrap? It's 3 minutes, they're all up.
well, there's all kinds of reasons, but I'm asking that you'll bring it back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Is there any other public input?
Michael Wagner, pleasure to see everybody today. Thank you so much for making the time and allowing us to participate in the democracy that we have. I think the due process notice, that's an important aspect to everything. And, while you have these two separate entities, a lot of times the operator and the landlord will wind up kind of on two different sides of an issue, or even whatever's going on can be really separated by the attorneys. Okay, so you have the attorneys for the operator, you got attorneys for the landlord. Landlord attorneys are looking at one thing while the operator's attorneys are looking at something totally else. So with that, I'm just trying to point out that the due process is super important so that everybody in kind of this cluster or this mix really understands what's going on and that they're on point. It looks to me like maybe this was just kind of missed. I don't know why it didn't get brought up initially, that the proper party never got notified. But it's a huge aspect to seeing everything procedurally fitting right or staying within the law. So I would ask also to bring back the issue so that you guys could maybe hear it in totality. Mary has a lot of things that she's trying to put forward in a short time period. We're not trying to jam everything up in the first couple hours of your morning. So if you guys would please consider, based on the procedural issue, bringing this back to hear it out in its totality. I think it would be important as far as fairness and also showing that the county does want to do things in the proper procedure, and it's not just shoving things through. Kind of similar to last week when the appellant never got notified. If we had proceeded, he would have been completely circumvented from that situation, and I'm sure that's not what anybody wanted to do. But we are 5 minutes away from him just being lost in the shuffle. So again, I'd like to bring forward the possibility that you would rehear this based on the grounds that due process was never done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any other public input?
Good morning, Elia Goel. I talked with several of you before. Me and my family arrived to this county about 4 years ago when we drove by mistake from Mendocino, where we had a small farm, and fell in love with the area and stayed here. We spent tens of millions of dollars this year for this project that obviously now failed since no license is there no longer. We had to let go of over 50 people in those hard times right now, and no jobs, still paying them what we can do with the rest of the material that we have and barely can sell it. And we're here to ask, let us have another option to come back. We do want to do good in this county. We want to bring jobs. We want to do well, and we want this county to prosper with us along the way. And we're here. We're still here. We're still fighting. So please help us do that. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Is there any other public input? And I'm looking online. I don't see any hands up.
There are 2 hands.
Is there?
Yeah.
They're not in. Oh, yeah, there you go. And so Donna Mikewitz, if you can unmute, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Board. This is Donna Makowitz from Clear Lake Oaks. It's interesting that Sours was brought up, and it would be interesting to have everything reheard to the board, because there were so many violations and citizens' complaints, especially due to the health, safety, and well-being of the families in the area. It would be interesting if everyone could really see what went on during the whole time period. I don't believe Sours in good faith did the right thing. I believe Ellie Hugwell is Aviana and had been noticed, but I can't speak to that solely. And I think that Sours could be an example of a project that was totally gone bad when it was speaking to the public health and the citizens around. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Jennifer Smith, if you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Jennifer Smith. I think some important parts were, important points were brought up this morning. And in light of some of the most recent projects that have gone through, the rules are being applied inconsistently. We've seen farms that have been rated for not having local authorization pass. We've seen farms that have had, that have grown without state licenses get their use permits. We've seen farms that have been red tagged with buildings and temporary structures, gone on to get their approval for use permits. I think this begs the question, and I understand that we have a new CDD department and things are moving much better than they ever were before, but I think some due process is due here and that we need to relook at this in light of some of the recent decisions that have been made and make sure that this project does receive its due process before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm not seeing any other hands, and so I'll bring it back to the board and close public input. Thank you for that. And it looks like we are at, the 9:07 Lake County Department of Health Services monthly updates. And so I wanted to see if we had Jonathan on.
Jonathan is in the Zoom. And
Oh, there he is.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning, community. Sorry for the background and any noise. I'm actually at a post-COVID EMS disaster response conference in Sacramento. So please forgive any background noise. Thank you for creating space for us to provide an update today. We're going to be talking about cyanobacteria and some other health information topics presented by Sarah and Angela, and I believe they are on here with us today. Here we go, so I will pass the microphone.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you to the board for having us today. We have a short update for you. I'm going to share my screen. And although it's nice and stormy and rainy this week, as soon as the sun comes out, people are going to be chomping at the bit to go jump on the lake and do lake activities. So we wanted to provide a little update at the encouragement of Health Services and Public Health Officer to kind of get pre-season ready for cyanobacteria this year. And so this is going to be the 2022 pre-season cyanobacteria update. I will have like 4 slides from Water Resources. And then Sarah will be after me to talk a little bit more about their monitoring program briefly. My name is Angela DePalma-Dow. I'm a program coordinator in Water Resource Department here at County of Lake. And so we do get calls from the public about cyanobacteria. This is a rundown of phone calls that we get. The public reaches out to us to ask us about lake conditions, water quality. One of the topics is very popular, of course, is the blue-green algae or cyanobacteria. And as you can see, we've had calls. I have tracked my calls from 2019 through 2021. Overall, I get about 50 calls a year just based on cyanobacteria. That's about a quarter of all of my total calls. From residents, if you look at 2021, I've had about 16% or 33 of those calls were from residents that live here concerned about cyanobacteria. And then the next line, if you look, are calls from visitors. So these are people that are calling, they don't live in Lake County. They're coming up to visit. They have a rental. They're staying in a resort. They're coming up for a boat, fishing tournament or another sort of water-related event. Or they're even looking for homes to purchase in the area. And so they want to know about the water quality and the cyanobacteria issues that we have here. And so that's that third line. Those are bolded numbers there. So pretty good amount of folks are calling both within the county and outside the county that are concerned and asking about cyanobacteria issues. So this is very important and topical, and that's why we're providing a little update for you guys today. So one of the things we talk about with folks that call in is about cyanobacteria and green algae. They're both different. They're actually fundamentally very, very different. Green algae is in the protist kingdom. Cyanobacteria is in the bacteria kingdom. Protists have a nucleus, bacteria does not. So when you're looking at the cell level, they're very different. They're not the same thing. And this is important as lake managers and as we are doing messaging with folks, because green algae is a vital fish food. We have a world-class fishery here. We were just named the #1 bass fishing lake for the decade in 2020. And that's because we have so much green algae out there. We have that base of fish food. Cyanobacteria is not a fish food. They don't like it. They don't like to eat it, and they won't eat it. However, both of these things grow under very warm conditions when there's lots of nutrients and lots of sunshine. And guess what? We have drought years. These things, we have more of these things. We have more longer days, hotter days, and lots of nutrients in the lake because we didn't have those rains to wash them out downstream Cache Creek. So we'll see more green algae and more cyanobacteria during these drought years when it's very warm, very hot, lots of nutrients. Cyanobacteria, some of them can produce toxins that are health hazards. And generally, the more cells of these toxin-producing cyanobacteria that are in the water, the more likelihood you're going to see those toxin levels and the higher they might be. However, we can't tell what toxins are there without monitoring. And Sarah's going to talk about her program and monitoring, which is a very vital part of us being able to determine if there are toxins present and at what level, and what does this mean for safely recreating with the water. We do have some informational signs around the lake. So this is a collaboration between County of Lake, Big Valley Rancheria, Elam, Band of Pomo Indians, the city of Lakeport, the city of Clear Lake, to put these signs around their public access points. So these are what the signs look like. They're very big. They have some photos of what to be aware of in the water. There's also directions about how to be safe, precautions to take if you're concerned about exposure. And then we have some links, phone numbers, and then a QR code. So somebody can take their phone and just zap the QR code and it takes it straight to the monitoring website that's managed by Big Valley and Sarah's team so they can get the most recent monitoring information and figure out what the conditions are like in the area they're interested in recreating. When there are monitoring hits, so if we get certain elevated concentrations of cyanobacteria that could be harmful or hazardous, we put out these temporary signs. So depending on the level, if it's caution, there's some minor concern there, especially for children and pets and people that are extra sensitive. Warning is like the middle, but there's a concern there, particularly for consumption and types of water activities like swimming. And then danger is, be very careful of the area, or maybe go to a different area to recreate that has a less concentration. So what to do if you or your family member or pet you think have been exposed, and if this is an emergency situation, go to the ER, call 911. But if you are concerned illness, you can call Public Health 707-263-1090 to ask for next steps. If there's questions generally about lake conditions or water quality or what to expect if you're planning on recreating in the lake over the weekend with your family or pets, you can call us at Water Resources at 707-263-2344. You'll probably talk to me or one of my colleagues here. And then if you just want to look at the monitoring results, you're going to go to the lake, what area, and you want to know what the conditions are that have most recently been sampled. Big Valley Rancheria samples the lake during the warm season every 2 weeks. And this is their website, and then their phone number is 707-263-3924. And again, Sarah's going to talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. And then there is a state reporting page. So when we get calls and there is an exposure, we report it to the Report a Bloom or My Water Quality Portal website. The state has a lot of resources that can help us maneuver some of these exposures. And then they're collecting data that can then translate into policy or funding opportunities that can help us manage our lake and manage this messaging and help us reduce potential exposures or impacts from cyanobacteria blooms. So that is all of my slides right now, and I can pass it off to Sarah. If there is no other questions from Jonathan or the board for me. Okay.
Questions for me? Thank you so much.
Great.
Good morning.
Oh, there we go.
Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. I My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director and Emergency Management Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And thank you for allowing us to take the time to update you on the cyanotoxin monitoring program of Clear Lake. So in 2014, just to give a quick review of, for those who haven't heard about the program, the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians and Elam Indian Colony started a shoreline monitoring program of cyanotoxins and cyanobacteria. And this was based on just wanting to have more information about the water quality in the lake, specifically as it related to the cyanobacteria or blue-green algae blooms. We chose locations that had recreational value for the county and others, for the whole community. So beaches, public areas within the city and the county, the cities and the county, and also tribally important locations. The map that you see on the screen also shows some interior of the lake sites, and we are getting water samples from the county and also UC Davis when they are out there on the lake and sending those samples off for analysis. As Angela said, in the summertime, we do bi-weekly sampling, but in the winter, we are doing a monthly sampling as well, so we can keep tabs. And then we communicate these results to the public and also the county and various agencies through emails, or we also have a website and a Facebook page, and I'll share those links in a moment. The reason why we do this, Angela showed you some signs that get put up when toxin levels are at a certain level. This chart right here, a little bit full of stuff, but you can see that there are columns that are the names of different types of toxins. Microcystins are the ones that are most common in Clear Lake, what we've seen over the years, and they are a liver toxin. Anatoxin A is a nerve toxin, and cylindrous spermopsin is both, I believe. We don't see cylindrous spermopsin in Clear Lake. And these levels that are set, you can see on the left-hand side in the rows that these levels have been set for different uses. So for human recreational uses, the state recommends that the levels don't go over 0.8. And it's micrograms per liter is a unit of measure. So you can even see that there's levels that have been set for cattle consuming water and mats, dogs consuming water and mats, and human fish consumption as well. These are all things that when we see the toxin levels go over these recommended or suggested action levels, that's when the signage goes up. That's linked to the caution, warning, or danger colors that you saw with Angela's slides. Last year, probably because of the drought, we saw the highest toxin levels we have seen since we started monitoring in the lake in 2014. And I wanted to share with you a map of our most frequently sampled sites in 2012, and also the levels of toxins in terms of their caution, warning, or danger action levels, which you saw on the screen before, on the slide before. So you can see that in our monitoring locations in the Oaks and lower arms of the lake, that most of those locations, their most frequent toxin level was at the danger level, which is 20 micrograms per liter. We were, of course, much higher than that over this last summer. And also on the bottom, so this is the 2021 levels. On the bottom of the screen, you can see bvrancheria.com/Clear Lake cyanotoxins, and that is where we put this map and also the toxin levels. And then we also do this on Facebook at Clear Lake Water Quality. And you can, we also put pictures of our microscopy and site conditions on there as well. So we try to get the word out in both of those ways, and then also share it in terms of emails. Now, one thing that we were tracking last summer because of a CDC grant that we are partnering with Tracking California, they are connected to California Department of Public Health, is we tested the private tap water of homes on the lake that have their own pipes into the lake. So this is not the public water systems where people get a water bill, but these are the approximately 500 homes that are on the lake who have their own pipes into the lake. And 36 of those homes did participate with us to have their tap water tested. And I'm bringing this up because it is one of the vulnerabilities for some of the uses that are on the lake. In this particular case, we found that people not only had cyanobacteria in their tap water coming out of their faucet because their treatment level was just not strong enough to be able to deal with cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. There is a health advisory level at which it's considered safe to drink for microcystin, and some of the homes, actually 13 of those homes of the 36 had levels above that 0.3 micrograms per liter that's considered safe to consume. So again, these were just the private systems and not of people having their own pipes into the lake, and not the larger public water systems where people get a water bill. So again, this is one of the things that we're watching and tracking in terms of cyanotoxins and their impact on the people. For 2022, we are going to be continuing cyanotoxin surveillance with lake and also creek monitoring. We have already installed some measuring devices in some of the creeks on the lake or in the county to see if there are cyanotoxin issues in the creeks. That is part of our CalWatch program. Benthic cyanobacteria, the ones that you don't see in blooms, they are growing on the bottom of the water body, whether it's a river or the lake. We're thinking that because of the low lake level that we might have more of those forming, and they have different kinds of toxins potentially. So we're ramping up our program to be able to look at that a little more. We do have some funding to do some continued fish and shellfish testing of cyanotoxins, and we are expanding for the tribe to look at some waterfowl on the lake because of the consumption of that by our tribal community. We will also continue with local and state agency collaboration and communication. And that's it for my slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
And that's all we have for our health up to date, folks. I hope you enjoyed, and I want to thank these leaders for participating and providing with clarity an update around cyanobacteria and the current impact it's having and the future impact it can have. This should continue to, I would imagine that this should continue to place special focus on our heart and mind as we continue to progress towards summer and into the future. Really important stuff, so thank you, leaders.
Thank you. And it looks like we have a question here from Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I am appreciative of the research that's done on our lake in order to provide these types of statistics and data. I think that's the only reason, maybe not the only reason, but it was the quickest reason for why we declared a public health emergency last year for those private water systems, to make sure that we were coming together to ensure that they had access to water continuously. So I appreciate the fact that we are obtaining this data and using it as quickly as possible. I had two questions. One was, what is the timeline in receiving the lab results on the data? I believe it might take 1 to 2 weeks, but I don't want to make that statement. I wanted to ask. And then I also wanted to ask Angela, because we're talking about Clear Lake, and in my opinion, this is not a unique Clear Lake issue, that this is happening in quite a lot of other water bodies of water, and I just kind of wanted to ask you if you can speak on that, just so that we're not making people believe that this is a unique issue here, that Clear Lake has this cyanobacteria.
Well, I could answer the lab question for you. You know, in the summertime, there are more clients of the labs, and so there can be a delay of a couple of weeks for them to get the results back to us. We are, at this time of year, getting results back about a week after we submit the samples. We are sending them overnight to a lab in Sacramento normally. So that's, you know, they're very responsive to us. So yeah, it's usually 1 to 2 weeks before we get the results back, and then we post them.
Thank you.
Yeah, for your second question, Supervisor Sabatier, yes, this is not a situation that's unique to Clear Lake. Clear Lake is a much older lake than many of the other lakes, especially those that are recreation destinations in California. So it's had a lot longer to develop a really nutrient-rich bed of sediments that contribute to some of these cyanobacteria blooms that we see. However, some of these younger lakes, some of these younger reservoirs are suffering some of the same kind of issues and cyanobacteria blooms throughout the summer. We're really lucky here that we have such a strong monitoring program that monitors Clear Lake pretty regularly at many locations. It's a huge lake, so just because you get one elevated hit at one side of the lake doesn't mean the other side of the lake has any elevated concentrations. But we're really lucky we have that monitoring data. A lot of these water bodies out there don't necessarily have a regular monitoring program. And so unfortunately, we don't find out that there's a bloom there until somebody gets sick or a pet gets sick. And then they do a follow-up and confirm the state or local agency will go do some monitoring and find that there's something there. So yes, we are seeing increases in temperatures globally, worldwide, and that contributes to a longer growing season. So more sunlight means it's a longer period where the cyanobacteria have a habitat they prefer. And we've also, we have a lot of reservoirs. We have low water level. There's more concentration of nutrients, less dilution when there's less rain, which can also exacerbate some of those blooms. So this is not necessarily a Clear Lake thing. It's a worldwide thing, and particularly we're seeing it in California and the West because of these enhanced drought conditions. And the next time we get a flood season, we get a lot of water in here, wash everything out. We're going to have a nice year. We'll have a great year. We see those ebbs and flows, and the same thing will be observed across the state and the West as well. I bet you.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Are there any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to note that Dr. Ed McLaughlin has joined the Zoom and I think has an additional statement as well.
I'll go with Supervisor Simon's question real quick before that, and then we'll go to you, Dr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the report today, and obviously, this year, once again, you already touched on the drought's going to be probably a little more intense than last year. So the one question I had just about technology for information getting out to folks visiting our lakes, you guys have, and I'm going to get it wrong, probably, was it called the barcode? Or whatever you have on the signs. QR code, thank you very much. That shows my technological. Anyway, so my comment on this is now that everybody's carrying their phones, I know another step above the QR code is geofencing opportunities. Anyone's going to be visiting the lake. Almost everybody carries a cell phone. There's opportunities to maybe we could look into that, because if it's a QR code, somebody going out there with their family may not click on that to get the information they need with the area. So I know that geofencing is out there. It gives you an opportunity where you walk into a space and boom, you get a message, here's something going on. If we could just continue to look at those technological advances as we move forward to get public messaging out there, I think, that's really my comment, to just look at that technology opportunity to make sure we're communicating with folks that may not go to the QR code. So that's what I have. I appreciate all the information and the messaging that does go out, but everybody carries a cell phone, or at least, well, I'll say not everybody. So 99.9% of our public carries a cell phone, and geofencing is an opportunity to look at for public messaging too. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Supervisor Simon, and I'll tell you that we are a year ahead of you. We started geofencing last year for this program, as well as did some digital PSAs. We did some social media boosts or blasts, and then we did have a geofencing. We have a contractor that we use for our geofencing for our Quagga sticker program that is targeted through the rest of the state. So people that are in the rest of the state, if they're traveling up by 5, they get a message on their phone to get their Quagga sticker if they're coming to Lake County. We use the same technology that you mentioned, the geofencing, for this program. And if you saw my slides, the last slide had a cute photo of a little dog with his life jacket on, about to jump in the water. That's actually one of the PSAs that we use for the geofencing. So what we can do is target folks that are around the Lake County area, and it sends that little message to their phone. There's a bunch of sites that it sends it that work with the contractor, with the media consultants. And so if they're browsing the site or they're on a news outlet or some other social media platform, it'll pop up as an ad with that information about to be aware of cyanobacteria and who to call if they have any questions. And then also, if they click on it, the link goes to the Big Valley Rancheria monitoring webpage, so they can get the latest conditions that have been sampled in the lake. So we saw really great results with that last year. We started like in the middle of the year, I think, July, or like after we'd already had some bloom events going on. But this year we're gonna start a little bit early to try to get that word out with the PSAs we had last year, and then we'll revamp those and expand some of that going into next year, depending on how that year looks to be for the water year. So thanks for that idea. It's great. We love that technology, and we're going to use it as long as we have it available, because you're right, not everybody is seeing a physical sign, especially in these areas where they're staying at a private resort or a private Airbnb or something, and they don't see those public access signs. The geofencing and the digital PSAs are great technology to use. So thanks for that comment, and we agree with you wholeheartedly.
Awesome.
Hope it works on my flip phone. Dr. McLaughlin, if you have some statements, we would love to hear it.
Yeah, I just thank you for the opportunity just to express pride in this team. It's wonderful to hear that the great work they're doing to keep all of us safe and recreating. And I'd also really just like to acknowledge the traditional guardians of this amazing natural resource, still after thousands of years, taking great care of this body of water. So I really appreciate that and wanted to recognize that as well. Thank you, everybody, and keep that up. Well done. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. Is there any other comments from the board? And anyone from the public in the chambers?
Good morning, Michael Wegner here again. I just wanted to obviously say thank you so much for everybody who's been participating and doing something that's super important to the community here. I wanted to suggest that maybe we look at the CDFW's grant funding that they put up for $10 million for rebuilding habitats and cleaning them up. This particular grant is in particular to restoration of areas that have been impacted by cannabis farming. I think that with the amount of cannabis farms that have come in, regardless of who's pointing fingers, everybody seems to think it's the cannabis that's causing problems. So why don't we go after a $10 million grant to rebuild our wildlife and habitat enhancements here in the county on somebody else's footbill. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Are there any other comments from the public? I'm not seeing any in the chambers, and I don't see any hands up as of now. So with that, I'll bring it back and close public input and close this item. And I would thank you all for your report and update. This is very helpful. And Dr. McLaughlin and Director Portney, thank you again. All right. We will now move on to our 6.4 or 9:30 presentation of Lake County Behavioral Health Services Fiscal Year 2021 and 2022 External Quality Review Final Report. And we'll invite Director Metcalf up. And I don't know if you wanted, did you want to come up too as well? Or?
Oh, yeah, I need her.
Okay. Ms. Jones?
This is new, this gate thing.
It's a test.
There. Matthew just texted and said he's going to help us with the, well, maybe he's up.
There we go.
All over it. Great. Thank you, Matthew, wherever you are. Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Todd Metcalf. I'm the director of the Behavioral Services Department. What we're doing today, this is something new. We've never done this before in front of the board. You've heard me mention over the years that our department, I shouldn't say endures, but we're audited a lot by various entities. This this presentation, we'll try to keep it short, is a result of what's called the EQRO audit, which we had in December. EQRO stands for External Quality Review Organization. What this means is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid require mental health plans to be audited on an annual basis. The California Department of Healthcare Services oversees the mental health plan, but the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid require the Department of Healthcare Services to ensure that we are audited by an external organization. We do this every year. The name of the organization that has been auditing us, at least ever since I've been in this position, is called Behavioral Health Concepts Incorporated. So, Matthew, can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this sort of explains what all is involved in these reviews. And so, as I said earlier, we want to bring more of these audits to this board. It's all about our goal in being transparent and ensuring that the community and the board understands what we're doing. This is going to show the good, the bad, and the ugly, but we want to be transparent. And so Elise Jones, our administrative deputy director, pretty much put this together. And so I'm going to let you drive this presentation. I will chime in as needed, and I promise not to be a backseat driver. But I will let you take it from here. And with your permission, I will pop in as needed.
My pleasure. Ooh, that's live. Okay. It's at Matthew's behind the scenes there, so we can go to the next slide. Thank you for that introduction. Oh, all right. So there is a methodology to these reviews. The reviews are conducted by interdisciplinary teams who have a variety of professional and lived experience. And pre-COVID times, this group would actually come in. We would host them at our department. They would sit. We would give them any and all documentation that they requested. And now in COVID times, they have been conducted via Zoom, which is cool. And we will see how that continues. So the teams review and utilize qualitative and quantitative data to provide feedback to our department about how we're doing on a variety of metrics. And they also conduct interviews with key county staff, contracted providers, advisory groups, beneficiaries of services, family members, and other important stakeholders. And this data, both the quantitative and qualitative, is used to generate performance measures in the form of tables and graphs, which will cover a few of those that I felt told an important story. And so they also derive data from monthly Medi-Cal eligibility system files from the Department of Healthcare Services, short Doyle Medi-Cal claims, and inpatient consolidation files. So it's not just data from us, it's also data that we have submitted from the Department of Healthcare Services. Thank you, Matthew. All right, so there are some significant changes and initiatives that we're really pleased to report. We have expanded our access team. Our access team is the first point of contact for people who are trying to access services at behavioral health. And that has been an evolution. We have reconstructed our access process to expedite entry into services and assessment. And that has dramatically improved our timeliness with regard to initial intake and assessment. We also plan to join or opt into the organized delivery system, and your board can anticipate a presentation from our department on April 26th for more information. In fiscal year 21-22, we dramatically increased our community outreach and engagement through use of media outlets, press releases, health fairs, and we also, through the wonderful cannabis grant funds, were able to purchase a cargo van, and we hope to actually soon bring it out to the world, but it's really beautiful. And that van is really targeting at-risk communities and bringing needed supplies and outreach to them. All right. So we have also joined, this is huge. So we're part of Cal MHSA, and this is the Cal Mental Health Services Act. And so through Cal MHSA, we are joining a multi-county electronic health record. Your board had already approved us participating in a robust request for proposals process conducted by CalMesa, and that process led to the selection of a new EHR vendor, and we actually anticipate joining and going live with that new vendor on January 1, 2023. And it's our hope that this will be the next wave or evolution for us in collecting data. Data has been something that's been very important to us, and this is going to be an incredible tool. So very excited about that. We've also joined a multi-county innovation project to really evaluate our full service partnership program. FSP is our most expensive program in MHSA. It's part of direct client services and supports. And this is, again, looking at our data as it compares to other counties implementing FSP and identifying where we can improve our FSP program and using both qualitative and quantitative data to identify appropriate performance metrics for that program. And we hope to present on that soon.
Very soon. And may I add, regarding the electronic health record system, we were one of how many pilot counties in helping with the development of and the selection of the vendor that will be operating this electronic health record system. And as Elise mentioned, and as I've mentioned, and you all have mentioned about data, our existing electronic health record system, although data gets entered into it, it's not the most streamlined, easy to use system in order to spit data out. And so we've been very vocal and we've been very involved in the development of this new system. A lot of it around the collection and reporting of data.
Yes, actually that implementation is phased, so not all counties are going to go live on January 1, but we were so excited and anxious to go live as soon as possible that we joined the pilot counties. We felt like, to be frank, our given system, we had really nothing to lose, so we're jumping in with both feet. Okay, the mental health plan, which is us, we operate a centralized access team, and as I stated, that's directly responsible for assessing and linking beneficiaries to specialty mental health services. And we served in fiscal year 2021, 610 adult beneficiaries, 299 youth, 51 older adults, and we obviously have 2 clinics, so this is across both of our clinics. And among those served, 25 received telehealth services in a language other than English, which I think demonstrates our intense efforts at cultural competency and proficiency and outreaching to underserved communities.
And we're very excited about the older adult piece because that's an area that our department hasn't been lacking, but our mental health advisory board has really been focusing on service delivery to older adults experiencing mental illness.
Use the microphone.
So we recently just created an older adult team. We're still putting that together. So we're really starting to focus more on the older adult demographic.
Okay, so there are key access components that the mental health plan is evaluated against. And this is a really delightful slide because we met all of them. So the first one is service accessibility and availability are reflective of cultural competence, principles, and practices. We were evaluated to meet that metric. Manages and adapts capacity to meet beneficiary needs, again met. Integration and or collaboration to improve access and service access and availability. So on our access, through our expanded access team and efforts to streamline access processes, in hindsight, I wish I had provided a comparison of last year, but you can hopefully take my word for it that it is dramatically improved from last year. All right, next slide.
Which is compelling because of the pandemic and still having to do a lot of work via telehealth. We provided in-person services where and when we could, and of course we still are. Our programs and services did not stop during the pandemic, but I think it's noteworthy to again say that's kind of a big deal that we did meet those requirements despite, COVID-19.
Thank you, Todd. And to any of our staff watching, that's a direct reflection of their dedication and passion for this work. So my deepest thanks to them. So the other performance measure here that I want to highlight is the percentage of eligible beneficiaries served by race and ethnicity. So the light purple line demonstrates the number of beneficiaries, and they get that from Medi-Cal data. So who are the people enrolled in Medi-Cal in our county? That's the potential of people who are eligible for our services, right? And so of that, it shows the number of people in that demographic that we served. And so that gap shows you exactly what it is a potential gap or a disparity. And so for Native American, people identifying as Native American, not much of a gap, if at all. We're doing pretty well. The biggest gap, obviously, here is people who are of Hispanic Latino descent. We know that our penetration rate for outreaching and serving that population is low. And it's low even compared to the rest of the state and other similarly sized counties. And so we have some theories about that. One of them is we know we have a very robust peer support center in Clear Lake, Lavos, that's dedicated to serving people of Hispanic Latino origin, and they do a lot of work. They do an incredible amount of outreach. So we're hypothesizing maybe people are just accessing services through those non-traditional routes because that's more comfortable for them, and there still is a lot of stigma in that community around accessing specialty mental health services. So it's something that we're trying to unpack more. We definitely have our eye on it, and we hope that next year we see some improvement or some trending up where we're having a better penetration rate into that population. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the overall penetration rates for everybody who's eligible across years. And so the dark purple is us, that's Lake County Behavioral Health Services. The light purple is other small counties, and then the blue is just across the state. And so you can see that we've actually been trending very positive with regard to this. So in 2018, there is about a 2%, we're about 2% less than other small counties in the state in terms of our penetration rates of potential eligible beneficiaries. And that goes up over time where we're probably about, I don't know, well, the percents are up there. So what is that, like a 1% gap? And so our hope is that when we come back again next year, we'll have closed that gap. So that's a positive trend. All right, thank you. So additional performance measures. So as you can see, timely access is a really critical and key performance metric for mental health plans. It's really important that people receive the services that they need when they need them. And while we have dramatically improved our initial access, we definitely have capacity issues, and this is certainly no shock to your board. We do maintain large caseloads, an increase in crisis calls, definitely it waxes and wanes. We have longer wait times. So once people come into services and they're assessed and deemed eligible for specialty mental health, we unfortunately have long wait times for services at times, especially, and this is quite unfortunate for children's services, where we maintain a pretty lengthy triage list. So the triage list is exactly what it sounds like. We have kids that come into services, and we basically prioritize them in terms of acuity. So kids that are very high acuity and high need, where they've been in and out of crisis, or maybe they're involved with systems like probation or child welfare, they're at the top of the triage list, and they're having outreach and engagement through a case manager, but it's not, therapy, which we have quite a long triage list for. So that's just an unfortunate reality. We have high turnover for our children's team, and it's just ongoing staffing challenges that impact our ability to provide services. Unfortunately, longer wait times for services is looking like it results in decompensation, where people get sick. They wait for services and they get sicker, and then they go into crisis because they're not receiving services that they might need. So we do have a quality management and quality improvement program that meets regularly and reports directly to leadership and, of course, our director. Part of that, we monitor compliance. Compliance is a small part of the overall quality improvement, quality assurance team. I do want to highlight that the mental health plan utilizes the following outcome or assessment tools. So I won't read them off here, but you can see there are 8, I can't count. 8 different tools that we use, and these are used at intake and ideally over time. So the goal here, and what we really hope to realize with our new EHR, is that it's going to be embedded into our EHR and really easy for clinicians to go through these at intake and then at regular intervals, so we can track over time who's getting better or who's getting worse, and we can kind of make more targeted interventions. So that's something really exciting that I believe is right on the horizon for us. Okay, here's a really fun table of other different key quality components, and it's not as nice of a story as the access table, unfortunately, but here you are. So quality assessment and performance improvement are organizational priorities, so I think that's self-explanatory, and EQRO rated us as partially met for that performance metric. Data is used to inform management and guide decisions, not met, so we have a lot of room for improvement on that. And hopefully, as I stated, our new EHR is going to elevate us into the future and be able to track those important performance and outcome metrics timely. Communication from mental health plan administration and stakeholder input and involvement in system planning and implementation, partially met. Evidence of a systematic clinical continuum of care, not met. And so what they mean by that is we have very clear benchmarks for when people need to go into different levels of services, and we can titrate up or titrate down people into high need and low need. So we're not doing a very good job at that right now. We need to get better. And that's also part of the FSP innovation program, is that there are not clear eligibility criteria for that. It's unclear when people are ready to transition to or step down to a lower level of care. And so I'm hoping that through that FSP innovation project, we're also going to use that data to inform our other systems level of care planning. Medication monitoring, partially met. Psychotropic medication monitoring for youth, that is not met. And there'll be more information about that here shortly. Measures clinical and or functional outcomes a beneficiary serves, so not met, but as I stated, with all those outcome tools being streamlined into a new, more accessible EHR, hopefully we're going to get better at that. Utilize information from beneficiary satisfaction surveys, and so that was not met. So regularly, actually annually, we are required to collect consumer perception data, so that's just how beneficiaries of services feel about our services. And so we could do a better job of integrating that into our decision-making processes. Consumer-run and or consumer-driven programs exist to enhance wellness and recovery. That was met. And consumer and family member employment in key roles throughout the system was met. All right, next slide. Thank you. So beneficiary perceptions of care. So as I stated, EQRO conducts consumer perception surveys as well as consumer family member focus groups, and this yields qualitative and quantitative data, and the focus groups emphasize the ability, timely access to care, recovery, peer support, cultural competence, and improved outcomes. So they're really assessing beneficiaries about how they feel on those metrics. Next slide. So we're happy to report that generally beneficiaries feel really comfortable with staff. They feel that staff are honest and reliable. A highlight, and it continues to be a highlight, is our peer support centers. So we just get raving reviews from our beneficiaries about the importance of those peer support centers. Again, that non-traditional level of support has been really beneficial to the beneficiaries. And during the pandemic, case managers, peer support specialists have been a major source of comfort and support for our community. And it's been critical. You know, it's been a lifeline, think about during quarantine, how isolating that was. Yet we had this very dedicated team of case managers and peer support specialists who just stayed connected with people. And they also, of course, link people to other resources in the community. So next slide. The wait times in the perception of the beneficiaries varies, depends on the type of appointment. Our follow-up after misappointments is mixed, and actually that's something that we're addressing as perhaps part of a new performance improvement project. And beneficiaries are not really aware of different committees that they could be a part of or ways to give feedback more directly to our department or be involved. And so we need to do a better job at incorporating or including the community into those venues. One beneficiary did report that they completed the initial intake and did not have an assignment of a case manager and not receiving timely phone calls back from staff. And I would hypothesize that's because we are struggling to recruit and maintain staff, still recruit and retain, and it's difficult. Those caseloads do get high sometimes. Next slide. So I'm sure you're aware there are myriad opportunities for improvement within our department. The most salient among those is the lack of clinical staffing and human resources contribute to lengthy wait times. And as I highlighted for children, that's a large triage list. Waiting for, primarily individual or group therapy. So they are getting some outreach and services, but it is definitely less than what they need. And so we are seeing that contribute to children sometimes escalating in and out of crisis, unfortunately. We're struggling with staff and resources to initiate and complete and stay up to date with our quality improvement and quality assurance activities. The EQRO also identified local budgetary constraints, some communication issues, staffing shortages, and lack of resources contributing to high caseloads, staff burnout, and staff turnover rates. We are not tracking and trending HADIS measures as required by Senate Bill 1291. That is a high priority for me, and there are multiple barriers to doing that. Data collection and tracking, as you are all aware, has been very challenging, and so my hope is that this time next year when we report on our EQRO, we will have resolved that issue. Next slide. So here are what I felt the highlights from EQRO in terms of their recommendations. So evaluate obstacles and implement strategies to decrease the children's triage team, quite obviously. We need to figure out and make more robust our existing QI staff resources and kind of get creative about the strategies to implement and make quality improvement projects a priority for our department. Not that they aren't, but sometimes people are wearing, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hats, and it can be challenging. Obviously, with burnout and the high caseloads, there have been issues with staff morale and people just feeling very overloaded, especially coming out of the pandemic. That was obviously personally challenging for staff, but then they had to, as healthcare providers, continue to take care of people despite having very limited resources. And I think that has taken a toll on our staff. So we actually applied for and were awarded some supplemental block grant funding to support employee wellness, and we are launching a series of mindfulness workshops for staff, just for them to practice mindfulness skills and just focus on them, because we realize that it's very difficult to pour from an empty cup, right? So the last one that I had addressed was to investigate the best practices and implement a medication monitoring system. And so this is specific to foster youth and all youth, actually. It's very important, as you can imagine, to monitor the medications that youth are taking. Those should be very tightly controlled. And we want to make sure that we reduce the use of polypharmacy wherever possible. We don't want to see our kids on a lot of psychotropic medications. That is not ideal. Next slide. Oh, is that it?
I think that's it.
All right, well, thank you.
Thanks, Elise. Thanks, Elise, for driving that, and out of a backseat driver after all. So as I said earlier, this is something we want to continue to bring to the board. Hopefully the next audit that we present will be the triennial, which means that we have one every 3 years. We had one in December. We're waiting on those results, and so we'll bring that forward once we get them. But with that, does the board have any questions or comments about this? I'm hoping this was useful because I think some of the data is very compelling, and I hope you think the same.
Right. In reading the report that they provided, it really helped, and in seeing their recommendations, and then even the actual initiatives that you're going to pull forward with your recommendations, I see that they match some of their recommendations, which helps. And really getting down to where you're at helps progress for constructive steps forward. So I was able to see some of that. I'm confused about some of the graphs, but I know it was it the group that did it, behavioral health concepts, they do that? Did they do that for the state too? Because I found the state document, they do the same percentage rates the same way, and I'm like, okay, that percent doesn't look the same. And then there's a graph a couple pages later that shows a different percent, so I don't know.
I believe the Department of Healthcare Services contracts with behavioral health concepts to perform these audits on all of the state mental health plans. And again, this audit just speaks to our mental health programs, not substance use disorder. This speaks to our mental health programs and not the COC, the Housing Continuum of Care, or substance use disorder services. I mean, they all overlap, but this is just specific to our mental health services.
Okay. Supervisor?
And that was one of my questions, was what's the breakdown? Because I see MHP, but I didn't see that breakdown, so that was one of my questions. I appreciate that clarification. Absolutely appreciate this report. I have been asking for data, and while this is an analysis of data, it's not just data. In the long run, that's what we need, is how do we analyze the data to figure out where we stand today. And not to say, I don't mean to use the words of I don't care where we stand, but at least we know what needs to get done and what we should be focusing on now with an analysis. My question for you is, you said that you have a report from last year. How long have you been getting annual audits on this?
Oh yes, and I'd be more than happy to send that along.
We can, Supervisor. They're also publicly available on our website, and we'd be happy to send a link. It's a little bit buried. We could be better about publicizing that, but yes, the public can read them, and they've been going on forever.
Yeah.
Because I think this is a great annual conversation, and as Ms. Jones was pointing out in one of the graphs we were looking, it is about progress.
Let me turn off this audio here. There you go.
That needed an echo. It's all about progress.
It's all about progress. We know where we want to be, especially when we're comparing ourselves, but we can't just jump and go from whatever percent to 5% to 10% without understanding what the work is required to get there. And as long as we're moving in that direction, I think that's what we should all be aiming for, is progress. Wondering if you have a definition of what small county is, because what am I comparing myself to? Am I comparing myself to El Dorado, which is completely different demographic than what we have here? Or am I comparing myself to Mendocino? Just kind of curious. I didn't see a definition for small counties.
That's a great question, Supervisor, and the designations, it's actually frontier, small, I don't have them all memorized, and they're by population, so just the number of, and probably population density as well. And so we can provide that. I'm surprised it's not in the report, but we'll find that.
And maybe it is, and I missed that part, but I was just curious, what am I comparing myself to? The state, that's kind of a given what I'm looking at, but couldn't tell for the small counties. In Clear Lake with Lavos, I'm just curious if there's a breakdown. Are you seeing a greater penetration of access to our Latino community members because of Lavos being in that area, and in comparison to, say, Kelseyville, where we have another large Latino population, that you're not seeing that same level of penetration? Just wondering if there's that physical accessibility facility in an area, how much that makes the difference versus not having that accessible facility. That'd be a nice breakdown to see if maybe we need to look at splitting Lavos or creating another one, if that's even feasible. But just kind of curious about the level of accessibility and what the different penetrations look like depending on what's available in each community, because we know that transportation is not always the easiest for everyone to be able to access everything.
And that's what we are hoping to utilize our new cargo van to do. As you know, we have peer support centers throughout the county, but people are sitting in these facilities waiting for folks to come. So with a van, we can go out, and you mentioned Kelseyville. That is an area that we definitely plan outreach. So this hopefully might be one of more than one van to come as we roll it out, no pun intended, and reach out to the community in order to reach those folks that aren't able to come to our peer support centers.
Awesome. My last question is the drug monitoring. Absolutely agree that that's something that should be focused on. The idea of going from, correct me if I'm wrong, from an MHP to a ODS, as you stated in the beginning, is that something that would absolutely help us when it comes to the drug monitoring and things like that, or is that kind of separate?
Go for it.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. So ODS, Organized Delivery System, is specific to substance use disorder treatment services. However, it is a step towards parity with regard to mental health and substance use disorder services. So this is my little pulpit here, but mental health as a whole has not had parity with healthcare, right? And that's changing through CalAIM. So CalAIM is a huge initiative to have parity both in terms of rate of pay and also the expansion of services, especially mental health services. Substance use disorder treatment services also have not had parity even with mental health. And so both of those initiatives are kind of bringing everything into the fold of healthcare as a whole and addressing the whole person. But specifically ODS, again, is for substance use disorder treatment services. So does that answer the question?
So it has the potential to help, but it's not the fix. It still requires more to come.
Yes, it's actually part of the state's overall plan to integrate mental health and substance use disorder services. And I believe they've thrown out a date of 2028 for that true integration. But this is the state working to put those two things together.
And this is really useful because I'm actually going to a CalAIM workshop tomorrow? I think it is tomorrow. I'll figure out when I read out my calendar. My last question is, we're talking about staff shortages and the inability to meet the actual needs. In there it says that we have, on average, 3 or fewer, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going off the top of the head, 3 or fewer services per person when other counties are seeing more, which means that they have access to certain things and then it kind of drops off because that's not available. And then it says that 75% of all the services are brought to you by the county behavioral health and 25% is brought to you by our contractors and things. To me, that sets a stage of what to look for and what to expand on, because we can't expect you guys to take on the entire role of everything. And when 75% of what's being offered is already going directly through you. So I hope that we're able to work with our partners to be able to expand what programs are available and eligible for our community members to access, so we can go from 3 or fewer to now 3 or more, so we can get to a better range of services to meet the needs of the people that we serve. So I appreciated this report tremendously, and I look forward to the future conversations this is going to bring up.
If I could just share my screen real quick, I'll show you what I mean. I know it's not a reflection upon, but maybe you can explain, because you probably know this better than I do. So let me share my screen on this. And it's, oh wow, there we go. Share content, screen, and then, let's see here.
Is share screen enabled, Matthew? for
Yeah,
the
I had to press
supervisor?
the button. It was my own fault.
Okay.
All right, and so let me go to right here. There we go. Okay, so you'll see, and I have a pointer. Maybe you can see. You probably can't see it. It's on. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so first, like I realized after reading this, it says monthly unduplicated medical eligibles 19,672, and then here it will say annual. So wondering if that is just the average monthly, and then like next month it might be 19,750, or you know what I'm saying? So it is an annual number, and is it? It's an annual number, but the average for each month is like 19,672. I'm not sure if that's the case, because when you multiply that by 12, we don't have that many citizens in the county, and so and then it says 849 out of the 19,000, and it says here 71%. However, I calculated 4%, and then if you go over to I think that's the one. No, that's actually, it doesn't have that. Yeah, it doesn't even have that graph. You'll see it goes straight to another table. But then when you go down to the Hispanic population, you'll see it says 8,694, and then 161 and then it says 18.5. And then when you go to the graph for the Hispanic calculator, you see it says that same number, if that makes sense. So they're calculating that according to this, and then we don't have a graph to show on the other one, except for right here, it says that we're at 70%, which would be, if we're at 60% eligible, which would be of our population right here, 60%, 59.7 of 32,937, which is this amount, and we're serving 841, that number wouldn't be 71%, it would be 4%. And I realized that all of these added up equal 100%, or actually 95%. So this Asian Pacific is like 0.5% or something. And then when you look over here on, I think it's right here, does it say Asian Pacific? Yeah, right here. You'll see it says 2%. So I don't know if you guys can explain it, or if maybe the group, the behavioral health concepts could explain that, because it's just, that's a little confusing, but I've seen on their graphs, they do the same thing. So I don't know, on the state graphs, it does the same thing. And so I don't know if I just annotate that and note that, and that on your graph for right here where it says total, 32,000, which is half of our population basically, it says 100% here. However, 3.6% is the percentage where my pointer is. And then when you look at the total right here, it says that same 3.6%, which the graph you showed on your presentation as well. So I don't know how we figure that out, or maybe you can just give me an email showing how they calculate that or whatever the case may be. But I was struggling with it. I was looking through it. So, but I know sometimes there's difference in how things are calculated. So I just wanted to highlight that maybe.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that one.
All right.
I must say I'm impressed with your mathematical
Yes,
prowess.
Well, baseball has averages. So nice. I'll stop here. Yeah. All right. Are there any other questions from the board, or go ahead, Supervisor Simon?
More of a comment, just, thank you very much for the report. I know we've had conversations about really tracking where we're going here. So appreciate the outside agency coming in, and giving us a tool to measure between now and next year when we have this report. Would appreciate, and thank you for letting us know that the report is online, the other ones that have been done previously. But ultimately, we got work to do. And, this clearly lays that out for us. There are 10 sections here, and only 2 are met. I know some say partially met, but we got a lot of work to do. And the real concerning ones, obviously, is the clinical continuum care, the psychotropic medication monitoring for youth. Real important, because as you guys said, you guys are triaging right now when the crisis is happening. But that follow-up is so important, because if it's not there, it's just going to happen again and again, and it's going to go from being when they're adolescent into the adulthood, and that's the real trauma that's happening to the families in our communities around, especially in the Native American community, and every community that has a stigmatism. We got to get over that. It is definitely something. But it's so important on the medication. If someone is supposed to be taking that medication, that we make sure, the best of our ability, you can't force someone to do it, but that is continual, because that's where it really falls apart. And like I said, we all, as community members, family members, understand, it's crisis day, so then everybody's up in arms, but then it goes away. It's just like some of our emergencies we have. When it's, really bad, you see it, but there's so much more of that long-term recovery that needs to happen. So I appreciate this information. I want us to be at 5 of these met next year. I hate to put that on you like that, but we need to be increasing that. We need to meet all these needs as closely as possible. So I appreciate it. We have a measuring tool. We're here to support you in those things. I think some of the decisions we've made when you're talking about employee retention and morale and other things, that's a later on conversation on our agenda. So we hear that, but we also need to just keep making those strides and those steps. And hopefully we're going to see a change in that next year when it comes back too. But greatly appreciated, because it really helps us when we do get those calls, and we do all get those calls. I would think, and I can't be the only one that gets a call from someone who's concerned with, the wait time to see a psychiatrist or other follow-up things that need to happen. So greatly appreciated for the report. But here, as you guys are moving through this process, we're here to support you to help take care of our community. So thank you very much for today's report.
Do you have anything, Tina?
No, just thank you for the report, and I agree. We have a lot of work to do.
All right. Any questions for us?
No, just thank you, and I know how to get a hold of you all. So.
Oh, wait, I forgot the public. My fault. I'll open up for public input. Anybody in the chambers have any comments about this item in this presentation? Not seeing anyone in the chambers get up, and then I'm looking online. I don't see any hands raised. 2, 3, 2, 1, and I'll bring it back to the board and close this item. And thank you again for the presentation. I appreciate the information. It was very helpful. A lot of pages to read and go through, but it really was. It was good to be able to check and balance some things and look at them. Aside from those numbers, but that's them. So we'll figure that out from them. Like how you doing that. But either way, thank you.
Thank you, and more to come.
All right. Thanks again. And so with that, let's take a quick break, and we'll come back at 10:30. Is that okay?
You're not going to be back by 10:30.
What's that? I know, I'm just giving a rough estimate. How about 10:35, all right?
3-minute break.
All right.
It'll never happen.
10:35. Or 4? 5. Yeah.
The 6.6 item, I just wanted to have people ready when you're ready.
Oh, it'd be Glenn Milburn.
Gabe Holbert and Glenn Milburn, okay. Matthew, I hope you can hear me for the 10:30 item. Those are the two gentlemen we would let in.
Sorry, Carol, I know one is Glenn Milburn, and who's the other person? Gabe Holbert?
Gabe Holbert for the 10:30 item. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need to wait for Johanna or?
Kim, are you good to go, or do we need Johanna?
Okay, she's here. Yeah, she's here. All right.
That's the confidence we're looking for.
Welcome back from our break. We are going to go ahead and move on to our 6.5, which is our 10 o'clock public hearing, consideration of general plan amendment GPAP 20-2 rezone RZ 20-02 initial study 20-91, and the project is brought to us by Greg Hansen and Mary Darby, the Community Development Director. And I'm not sure if Mary is in the room as of now, but let's see. Oh, Michael McGinnis? Okay.
I don't see either one.
Let's see. Well, while we're waiting, I'll ask Mr. Hansen, are you here? All right. All right. And I can invite them up here, right?
Yes.
All right. You can come up to one of the seats up at the front.
Johanna,
Yeah.
you get the gate. Are staff joining this as well, though, Mr. Chair?
That's what I'm looking
I
for.
would think the Community Development Department would be a part of this.
Yeah. And so if there's any staff from the Community Development Department, if we could.
I'm not seeing staff from Community Development.
Have we reached out?
I don't know.
You want me to move, just say? No. Okay.
Because he has a microphone. You have a microphone right there. Okay, yeah.
Test, yeah.
Yep, there you go. You're good to go. Well, while we're waiting, is there a quick one we can knock out?
There's the Lower Lake one at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask that, if we're going to go to that item,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask that item be continued to next week.
Okay.
I think there was 2 applications on here, but we actually have 3. So I'm going to ask that we pull that item and bring it back next week.
All right, well, that takes care of that one then.
Even faster than I
Yeah.
thought.
And then,
Do I need to make a motion to bring that back next week?
No, you can ask for that, but some member of the public might have been here to comment.
Okay.
So you should still call for comment.
so is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on, well, I didn't even read it off, so let me read it off. That's the other thing. I don't want to have to
Sorry.
open later on and then read it again, just to open and read it. So 7.4, consideration of the following advisory board appointments, Lower Lake Waterworks District. And as we just discussed, we're going to pull it until we can get another applicant. And if there's anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on behalf of 7.4, I'm not seeing anybody. And anybody in the Zoom, bring it back to the board for tabling, basically. Yeah.
And just for clarification, we did have 3 applicants. We're just going to be adding the one on that was missed at this point. So we're just bringing it back.
All right.
And you can do that by consensus to just continue.
Okay. We have a full consensus. There we go. And so with that, I don't know if if there's any 5 points, that could be really quick. Let's see if 5 points.
Yeah, I think 5.3, if I'm correct.
So I'll read this, but I'm going to hand it over to Vice Chair and recuse myself. Do I still read it, or do I allow her to read it?
What are we doing?
5.3. Yeah.
The vice chair can go ahead and read it.
All right, and then I'll just be waiting by the door.
I missed
5.3? Yeah.
So 5.3, reaffirming action taken on January 4th, 2022 to approve amended number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake Behavioral Health Services as a lead agency for the Lake County Continuum of Care and Elijah House Foundation for the services funded under the Emergency Solutions Grant Coronavirus Program for the fiscal year 2021-22, and B, authorize the board chair to sign. And I believe it was Supervisor Sabatier that had questions on this item.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it looks to me like we're going to consider a renewal of an Amendment 1, because we did approve Amendment 1 back in, I don't remember when it was, January or something of the kind. But we had asked for other indemnification clauses and the likes to be added to it, so this is being brought back to us. One of the things that I noticed that we want to change is that this is meant to be extended all the way to August 31st, 2022. As it states in both the contractor's responsibilities and in one of the whereas recitals, but however, in the term, it says shall terminate June 30th, 2022. And in conversing with Director Metcalf, he would like the term to state August 31st, 2022, to match the other dates. And I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to come back again and again with this, and that we just provide that extension all the way to August 31st. And that's it.
Is there any further questions from the board on this item?
No.
Is there any questions from the public on this item? I'm looking into the boardroom first. And Supervisor Sabatier, I don't have my Zoom up. Is there any hands in the Zoom?
I do not see any hands in Zoom.
Okay, so with that, I'll close.
Madam Vice Chair, before you take action, I just want to make sure our acting Assistant Clerk of the Board understands what Supervisor Sabatier just requested, and that is that the end date of this agreement be August 31st, 2022. Just want to make sure staff's clear.
August 31st, 2022, in Section 1 under term.
Are we clear?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
I move to approve Amendment Number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Behavioral Health Services as lead agency for the Lake County Continuum of Care and Elijah House Foundation for services funded under the Emergency Solutions Grant Coronavirus ESGCV program for fiscal year 21-22.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll get Supervisor Crandall back. I'll hand the gavel back.
And so, yep, we're back to our 6.5. Thank you. Welcome aboard. we're a little behind, so I get it. And as we get the PowerPoint set up, in the meantime, would you like to, do we swear anybody in on this, Ms. Grant? No? Okay. Then that's one less task.
Yep. Looks good. It's sharing on our screen. Yeah. If you can maybe make it bigger and get rid of the sidebar. And it's done. Perfect.
Okay, good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Director Darby in the CDD Department, and I will be presenting before you a general plan amendment and a proposed rezoning that was continued from the December 21st, 2021 meeting. And I will be conducting a PowerPoint presentation. This was a presentation from our former planner, Satir Ham, and I will be carrying it forward. As I stated before, this is a general plan amendment and a rezoning for GPAP 20-02 and RZ 20-02. The project name is Hanson Rezone, and the address is located at 3555 and 3445 Big Valley Road in Kelseyville, California 95451. The parcel numbers are 008-03817 and 008-03844. The applicant is Greg Hansen, and the property owner is Greg Hansen as well, and the planner is Mary Darby. The agenda for this particular presentation is that we will review the general plan amendment request, the rezone request, project analysis, regulatory compliance as it relates to CEQA, public agency testimony, and planning commission recommendation. In this particular request, the applicant is proposing to amend the current general plan amendment from agricultural to industrial, a portion of it, as well as amend the general plan designation from agricultural to industrial as well. There are currently 2 properties that are in questions with 2 separate parcel identification numbers. However, we would only be actually looking at the property that's located on the right of the map, the east of the map. And on that particular parcel, the applicant is proposing to take that parcel and take a portion of it, approximately 7+ acres of that property, and split zone it. And I will show you as we continue what that looks like. So this is an example of the parcel that's in question. The applicant is proposing to take a portion of this agricultural land and subdivide it into 7 acres of it to be used for agricultural, and that'll be to the northern portion of the property. This is a site description of the current existing parcel. And the vacant parcel to the rezoned on the right-hand side is across from an existing heavy industrial piece of property. This property does, in terms of analysis, it complies with the general plan approval. It complies with the minimum lot sizes required for rezoning, and also complies with the Kelseyville area plan, and it complies with Article 47 ordinance rezone amendments. The project also, the initial study was prepared by the county, and it was submitted to the State Clearinghouse December the 10th, 2020 through January the 14th, 2020, and a negative declaration was presented with this project. There were some public concerns regarding this project. The neighbors' concerns with future improvements of the rezone and the purpose of the rezone. However, the applicant does not propose any development. The neighbors concerned of converting agricultural land to a portion industrial was a concern, but potential road concerns, but those were all worked out. So the recommendation is for the for the Board of Supervisors to adopt the negative declaration 2091, approve the general plan amendment 20 GPAP 2002, and also to approve the rezoning RZ 2002. Any questions? I would like to say, before I actually say any questions, that in December, when I was here at this particular property, there were concerns about whether or not it was one lot or two lots we were looking at. We're actually looking at two lots. One of the lots is the lot that we're proposing to split the zone. And we checked it was some confusion before whether or not the lot, it was one lot, contiguous lot, it was split, and then it came back and it merged again, and we're proposing to split it again. So I hope that makes sense, and that will conclude my presentation.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to share my appreciation for being available for my questions yesterday to make sure that I was clear on what we had in front of us, because that last comment was part of the clarity that I needed yesterday of where we left off from the last conversation we were having and where we are today. There is one more question that I do have, and I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think the fact that you have M2 already across the street means that that area is conducive to that type of development. I know there was a comment that there's no development, but there is the idea of the potential development. But when there is development, that will go through the normal standard process, potential CEQA process and whatnot. My only question that I had, and it was based on just looking at the maps that you were showing that I hadn't thought about, is M2 being right next to what looks to be a residential home on that lot that's going to be split out from. What is the setbacks of an industrial zone from a residence? And is that going to be able to be accomplished within that new M2 area that we're creating?
So actually, if we're just looking at the zoning itself and not the type of use that's actually existing on the property, that use will become like a legal, non-conforming use, so we wouldn't actually be looking at the residential property. We'll be looking at whether or not the development standards for that type of zoning classification is consistent. So to answer your question, it would be compatible with an M2 zoning. We wouldn't not be looking at the residential zoning setback requirements.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
I have no questions.
Oh, Ms. Grant?
Once you've taken any comments from the public and the applicant, I do have a few clarifications and corrections that need to be made.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Sir, would you like to?
None at this time.
No, you're good? Okay. I have one. It's not, okay, I'll just say it. In the minutes, Commissioner Williams asked about, or mentioned something about the third rezone project in 21. Does this count towards the 21 year or towards this year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
We get four rezones a year. I think that's what happens in the county. Last year in the minutes when this took place, Commissioner Williams stated something to the effect of this was the third rezone project that had been brought to the commission in 2021, I think when this first initially came. And so I was just wondering, does this go towards last year's rezone count, or does it apply to 2022?
So when this was brought back in December of 2021, I did understand that this was going to be the fourth rezoning. Okay. However, because we didn't approve it in 2021, I would believe that it would become one for the first one in 2022, but I would defer to legal for the answer to that question.
Ms. Grant, do you?
Well, that's a good question.
Sorry. Can we carry it over? That's another question, sorry.
You may want to, just for clarification of that particular issue.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll come back to it at another time, and then we'll figure that out, because that really isn't going to hold back or anything. It just is a quick question off the side.
Right,
so
right.
I'll come
That
back
issue may have to be carried over, but the action should be able to move.
Okay, thank you.
From a planning perspective, legal, I would say that because we're approving it in 2022, it should be a 2022 rezoning, and then I will be careful as we move forward with the number of rezonings we have as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
In this case, again, with corrections to the ordinance, which do have to be made before it can be approved today, I can help, if your board's amenable to that, I can give you those corrections on the face of the document, because there are several clarifications that need to be made. I think that because the ordinance does take effect in 2022, it's going to be part of the 4 for this calendar year.
Okay.
I would also say that generally speaking, well, this is rezone, so it doesn't have to be a 4. The resolution for the general plan amendment would be 2022, I believe, also. That's subject to the 4 per year. Normally, those general plan amendments are stacked in a resolution, so you have several occurring at the same time, because getting through 4 in a year is surprisingly easy to do, and then you can't do any more for the remainder of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, I will open it up to the public at this time. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this? And it looks, sorry, Supervisor Simon.
Just making sure I understand that, though. Anita, so what you're saying is you can do multiple if you do them in one if they're stacked on there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I did not know.
Yes,
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
resolution for general plan amendments. You have to describe them very clearly and separately,
Okay.
but you can do them via one resolution, and that would count then, because the resolution affects the general plan amendment,
Yeah,
that would count as one,
okay.
okay?
Thanks. All right, you may come up and we'll open it up for public input.
Joan Moss. I wanted to know what industrial development adjoins this property. I drive by a lot of times, and it looks like it's a Lake County parking lot. Is that what it is? What is the heavy industrial development that adjoins this project?
Okay, so according to my site description and my maps, okay. Right now, I'm showing that the property is vacant that we're proposing to split, and I don't see any development on the property, and I'm not 100% sure what the proposal would be to develop it at this time.
I think she's asking for the property across the street.
Yeah,
Which I think is a maintenance yard, correct? for that?
I may be able to answer that.
Yes,
Our
Mr. Hanson,
neighbor and friend, Mr. Steve Garrett owns that property.
Excuse me, this is the property kitty corner. from the
Right,
property.
that's what we're addressing, and Mr. Hansen's, go ahead, Mr. Hansen again. sorry.
Mr. Garrett owns that property. It's same zoning. We actually were just looking back at the map that Satur found from 1975 that assisted with the parcel map, and that was parceled off of property that he currently owns.
Okay.
And it's heavy industrial use. Yeah.
Okay, I think that answered her question. Thank you very much for that. All right.
Hello, Michael Wegner. I live in Kelseyville, so I live actually right down the street from where they're talking about. And I think that the Hanson family, they've been pioneers here for a long time and pushing things forward, but in a way where capitalism has conscience about what they're doing is super important. And I think that's what they're displaying right now and giving us the opportunity to grow at a pace. And so I'm all for seeing this changeover and allowing for things to develop more in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other folks from the chambers that would like to comment on this item? If not, I'll bring it to the Zoom room, and it looks like we have Betsy Kahn. If you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please forgive me, but I'm going to belabor the point about the number of amendments that you can make to the general plan in a year, because Ms. Darby may not be aware of the fact that some of the public is extremely concerned about updating the general plan with regard to our safety element and the number of ways in which that element must be brought into compliance with the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 and other aspects of emergency response. So that needs to be included in some sort of a plan. I've heard mention of the fact that at some point, Ms. Darby is going to be looking at the general plan amendment needs, and that is definitely one of them. So please just be careful with the number of GPAPs you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. I'm not seeing any other hands up in the Zoom room, so I will bring it back to the board for potential action.
So are we doing these in two separate?
You have, I'm sorry, if you want comment from me, I can issue some
Yes.
corrections.
Ms. Grant, yes.
The board memo is confusing.
Is there a microphone
Oh,
on?
we need your microphone, sorry.
I'm sorry. The board memo is somewhat confusing because the recommended action is after two sample motions. The two sample motions can't occur first. You do have to make the findings that are indicated. The rezone ordinance, I'll give you correction on the action to effectuate that, but the language of the rezone ordinance, I would also strongly recommend be corrected. And then with regard to the resolution, the attachment shows just a blank resolution. However, Johanna's reminded me, thank you, Johanna, for always having an eye on things, that your board had approved a resolution in December, so that prior resolution would have to be rescinded, and the new resolution offered for passage today. So what I would recommend is under recommended action, you'll see that your board is being asked to approve the general plan amendment and rezone simultaneously, which is a bit unusual because the findings are somewhat distinct, but generally they're there. You do have to approve those findings. You do have to adopt the environmental document, which in this case, what's being recommended is the negative declaration. And then once your board does that, you would consider the general plan amendment. And again, I'd be asking you to rescind any prior resolution, amending the general plan as to this property, and then offer the resolution that's been presented in the packet. And then as to the rezone, when you're ready to do that, there are two steps to that. The first is to waive reading and have it read in title only. And then you can offer the ordinance, but as I said, there are some changes that need to be made to the ordinance that I would recommend before you go forward for clarity's sake, because it is an ordinance. Even though it's going to be uncodified, it still has the force of law, so there does need to be some clarity to it.
So the first thing we need to do is rescind the resolution that was in December.
You can do that at any time. You can
do that.
rescind the prior
That's
resolution
what
when
I'm
you get to it, or you can do it now, but it does have to be rescinded.
Okay, so I move to rescind the resolution that was made in December
Of 2021.
2021.
I can give you the resolution number.
Regarding the project for Hanson and Kelseyville, I think would be pretty specific enough to be able
That's
to
enough.
There we
move
go.
forward.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to rescind
All right.
the resolution. Johanna, go ahead.
All right, so Supervisor Simon? Oh, wait, was there a second?
Oh, I was just going to call it off. All in favor?
Aye?
All right.
Opposed?
And I seconded.
And then you have to do roll call vote for resolution.
Oh, we do, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Even
Yes.
negating one, because we're not passing a
Johanna, please
You're
conduct the
not,
roll call.
to negate it, to rescind it can be by motion, so they're fine. I'm sorry.
All right, so what's the next action we need
The
to take?
next would
I
be
do have a question before
Yes, sir.
we complete this very arduous process. The one thing that I'm missing in both the resolution and the general plan is I'd like to implement an exhibit page that just shows the map, because it talks about 7+ acres being changed, but there's not a legal description and there's no map to really show us what this is talking about other than connecting it to the other items that are on the that are on the agenda. And so I'd like to kind of marry the 7+ acre map that we have on there to the resolution and the ordinance, so that it's very obvious what area we're talking about is being changed, rather than randomly choosing 7+ acres 50 years from now, because it's not very obvious.
And your board can issue those amendments at the time you offer the resolution. I would say that it would be my recommendation that you include that same map, as you mentioned, in the rezone ordinance. That would provide the clarity, part of the clarity that's required. So again, at this point, it's my suggestion that you would move on to page 8 of the staff memo, where it's talking about approving
general plan?
You're approving the necessary findings for the general plan amendment and rezone apparently combined. So you can just simply state that you approve the general plan amendment and the rezone based upon the fact that you find the amendment consistent with the Lake County General Plan, Kelseyville Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, that the uses allowed in M2 heavy industrial zoning designation and industrial general plan designation are compatible with the surrounding land uses. There's been no change in the project, which would create new significant environmental impacts, and the project will not result in any significant adverse environmental impact, and a mitigated neg declaration has been recommended.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. I think Johanna, you want to conduct the roll call on this one?
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Your adoption of a negative declaration for this project would be based upon your findings that based on the initial study, IS 20-91, the project will not result in any significant adverse environmental impact, and a negative declaration has been recommended. The project's consistent with Lake County General Plan, Kelseyville Area Plan, and Lake County Zoning Ordinance. Project will not conflict with land uses in the vicinity. There has been no change in the project which would create new significant environmental impacts.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Johanna, please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Next, I'd suggest you take up the general plan amendment, which is presented to you via resolution. Having rescinded the prior resolution, you're now free to move forward to adopt this resolution. If there is an attachment or any other amendment to the resolution that your board wishes to make, when you offer the resolution, it would be subject to that modification.
And is that the recommendation that you brought with the map or something like that? Yeah.
So if you want to offer the resolution then on this one, since you have the.
Sure. I'd love to offer the resolution with the amendments as offered, if there's no further amendments to do.
What amendments is offered?
The exhibit map with the description of the 7+ acres, that describes the 7+ acres and where they are.
The resolution is, oh, did you add something else?
Nope.
Oh, resolution has been offered.
All right, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Thank you.
And do we have to waive the title only?
Well, sir, I do have some suggestions on the ordinance that's been presented to you. The ordinance states under Section 1, rezone request, and that's not appropriate for an ordinance. Again, an ordinance has the force of law, so it would be better to just simply delete rezone request and instead say area subject to rezone.
Okay.
And then move on to the applicant is requesting to rezone. That should just be deleted and begin with four plus or minus 43 acres of parcel land, known as parcel 1, comma, splitting the lot into 2 separate zones. Lot 1 consisting of plus or minus 36 acres, remaining as agricultural zone. Lot 2 consisting of plus or minus 7 acres, rezoned from ag to M2 heavy industrial, and then refer to attached map and table below for specifications rather than for details. And then I would recommend that the same map that Supervisor Sabatier requested to be added to the resolution be added to the rezone ordinance, just to ensure that there's clarity.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
So I'll offer the ordinance as explained by County Council.
One step first would be to waive reading of the ordinance and have it read in title only first, and then your motion would be correct.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to read in title only. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. And then we read it in title only, right? Okay. Thank you, Johanna.
It would be ordinance rezoning the lands for the Greg Hansen project. to rezone RZ 20-22, 355 and 345 Big Valley Road, Kelseyville, California. I would add that to the title, just again, to ensure clarity, because a Greg Hansen project could be something new next year. So I'm sure he doesn't want confusion as to the rezone. So I would amend the title. I apologize to your board, I didn't see that. I would amend the title and then offer that title.
Okay. And so we would have to vote that again.
All you have to do is waive reading of the ordinance, having it read in title only. If you're all right with the title as amended, you can go on now.
Okay.
And then the motion that Supervisor Scott already made could be taken up.
And you're amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay. With that, we will read it. Go ahead and read, Ms. Johanna.
We need a second on that? Oh, no, I guess we don't.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Well, the second Supervisor
Just
Spatio,
offer the ordinance.
are you amenable? All right.
Oh, my goodness.
You just offer the ordinance as amended then.
Okay.
So
We need a
moved.
second?
Yes.
Second.
No, I don't know.
All right.
And Johanna, I just want to check in with you. Did you guys follow all that?
Board meeting.
I've written it down, I'll give it to you. It would just be offering the ordinance in a roll call vote.
All right. So we just need the roll call.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
and Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that concludes this item? I'm just making sure.
I kind of wish I had something else to say, but I'm done.
Thank you very much for the for the report.
Glad we
and
got to clear this
presentation.
up.
And thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, guys.
Thank goodness for Anita.
See you later.
All right. With that, we will move on to 6.6, or 1030, consideration of a presentation by Y Green Energy Fund on commercial property assessed clean energy programs, PACE, as an element of a county economic development strategy. And this was brought forward by me. I've been had the pleasure of serving on the Rural Counties Representing California RCRC board, and in that, different agencies come and speak with me about potential projects or initiatives that they would like to conclude in Lake County. With this one, they wanted to present on what they do and give a presentation on that. And with us is Glenn Milburn and Gabe Horbert. And if they're in the room, if you can come into the camera and start your presentation, and we'll give you your opportunity to present to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall. Thank you very much, honorable members of the Lake County Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Glenn Milburn. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs at Y Green Energy Fund. I also have my colleague Gabe Holbert, who is a regional representative for Government Affairs for Y Green Energy Fund. We are one of the leading PACE providers. PACE is short for Property Assessed Clean Energy. And we do have a presentation. I'm not sure if I need to share the screen or if we can go to the slides, but this presentation is an informational presentation really around the benefits of how PACE has worked in the state of California, how this is state-enabled legislation, and how the commercial PACE program could be beneficial to businesses in Lake County.
Matthew, are you able to queue up the slides?
Mr. Milburn, if you're prepared to share your slides, that'll probably be most straightforward. Otherwise, I can find them.
Okay, I can do that.
All right.
Okay, so what is PACE? Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So PACE is a simple framework that state-enabled legislation passed in between 2008 and 2011 that enables state allows local jurisdictions to approve their property owners the ability to use PACE. It's a completely voluntary program. In terms of CPACE, CPACE is really a very flexible financing tool. Simply can be used for almost any measure that impacts energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, or seismic retrofits, disaster resiliency, and most recently in 2018, SB 465 approved PACE to be used for wildfire resiliency and home hardening. So really these are about 125 improvements are eligible in the commercial PACE business. So the framework is through the state-enabled legislation. Projects are usually done through a qualified PACE service provider that would help a customer, in our case in Lake County, a business that is interested in using PACE financing to do an energy efficiency or resiliency project. And then they would work to figure out what is the most cost-effective solution for that business. And then Y-Green, our company, and other companies that are in the commercial space business, I believe there are 19 commercial PACE providers in the state of California that are approved through the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. They would go through the process of evaluating whether the customer is eligible, the business is eligible, the business owns the property, they have property equity in the property, and be able to disclose financing to that business owner. And then the way that PACE works is they can finance these improvements with no money down, so it makes it an easier and affordable way for many businesses to be able to make these improvements to their properties with a long-term fixed, fully amortized payment that's predictable for them, that's affordable for them, and that it would be a special assessment on their property tax bill. As I mentioned before, PACE eligible improvements, there's 125 different improvements. This is just a brief overview on the types of projects that I mentioned in the previous slide. Things like solar, inverters, heating and AC, many office buildings, retail, industrial buildings, hotels and hospitality. And these are all things that are needed in businesses to make them safer, more efficient. And so these are just an example of some of the types of improvements that we've seen on the commercial PACE side. This is just an overview of what our company, Y-Green, has been able to do in terms of impacts in the state of California. I had the privilege of speaking on a panel yesterday at Sacramento State University talking about, along with Secretary Crowfoot from the California Natural Resources Agency. The key is our state has aggressive climate reduction, carbon reduction mandates, in many cases to be carbon neutral by the year 2045. And many studies have been done. The USC Schwarzenegger Institute, the National Institute of Building Science, they have all opined on the need for there to be more innovative and creative ways for low to moderate income families and businesses to be able to access affordable, creative solutions to help the state reduce its carbon emissions. Y-Green has been able to impact in over 231,000 PACE-funded energy efficiency projects across the state with an impact of over $5.7 billion. We've created over 67,000 jobs. And you can see here, 20 billion gallons of water saved, 30 billion of kilowatt hours saved, $11 billion of gross economic output. These are some of the examples of how PACE has made a difference, not only here in California, but these numbers are expanded across the country because we operate now in 20 states across the country, our commercial program. PACE has also been a leader in support of global and climate action legislation that has been passed in the state. AB 32, which is the Global Warming Solutions Act, SB 32, which is the climate scoping plan that's updated every 5 years to address some of the targets and goals that the state has to reducing carbon. We're very supportive of that because we believe that PACE is one of those tools that allows more people to participate and be empowered toward making changes toward a lower cost, more efficient future for their properties. This slide, and apologies, it's a little bit of an eye chart, but it just shows what I mentioned before, the trajectory that the state is going in now, and I would imagine Lake County is no different than the state's trajectory. If we just do what we're doing now for climate reduction, we will not reach the goals that were stated in SB 32 until the year 2075. So that means that in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions to reach our 2050 goal, we would have to reduce carbon emissions by 5% every year going forward till the year 2050. That means that in order for us to reach those goals, there needs to be a lot more activities taking place to reduce carbon emissions. PACE is one of those tools that allows more people, low to moderate income, and in our case, small to medium-sized businesses when we talk about commercial PACE. We're one of the largest C-PACE providers for small to medium-sized businesses because we have much lower minimum funding amounts than businesses have to access other forms of financing. So in order for more businesses to take advantage and reduce our state's climate carbon emissions, we need more safe, equitable, and inexpensive forms of financing to be able to meet the goals. Here's a brief legislative timeline. There's been no less than 7 key pieces of legislation since 2016 that have passed that make the PACE industry overall a much safer and more regulated industry. AB 2693, strengthening consumer protections by allowing every customer to have a no before you owe financial disclosure and the right to cancel their agreement or their assessment. AB 1284 was the watershed legislation for PACE because it established the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the DFPI, as the regulator for PACE, including licensing all PACE providers in the industry. It added an ability to pay. So PACE providers not only look at equity of the property owner, but they also look at their ability to pay. And there's calculations that are required and to verify income to make sure that customers are able to understand, but also be able to pay these assessment improvements that they make to their property. There's contractor oversight and training requirements now that weren't in place prior to 2017. Recorded phone calls and confirmed terms agreements with every customer we have. SB 465, I mentioned, that's a PACE legislation that expands PACE for wildfire resiliency. And again, in our latest last session in 2021, AB 790 was passed, applying the Consumer Legal Remedies Act to PACE projects for senior citizens. So there's special protections for low to moderate income customers, as well as for senior citizens. And in many cases, those customers are not eligible for PACE. Again, those are more residential consumer protections, but they also apply to businesses as well if they are during the underwriting process. PACE is highly regulated. This slide just shows a myriad of the different regulations that are in place for the PACE industry. I will not go into detail in all of them, but you can see consumer disclosures are very clearly stated in today's PACE environment. There's a 7-day-a-week customer service hotline that White Green has and other companies have employed in their businesses to make sure that anytime there's a customer escalation or a question, the PACE industry is there to answer it and answer it promptly. Financing safeguards. Again, I mentioned the ability to pay. There's no prepayment penalty, which allows the safety of those who have PACE assessments to be able to pay those off and not deal with any encumbrances on their property when they sell. There's anti-fraud measures. There's a residential PACE lien registry. So if ever there's a lien placed on a property, all of the other PACE providers know about it. There's contractor background checks, compliance monitoring now. There's a registry for those contractors that have had high escalation rates to ensure that those are not approved going forward. Pricing controls. There are very few other finance products that have pricing controls built into their industry. So to make sure that customers are not being overcharged for certain improvements, there is a range and vetted pricing policy built into our operations. PACE consumer protections exceed other financing options in terms of the numbers of consumer protections available to them. This is just a brief comparison on how our program has these controls and guardrails around the industry. Again, most commercial businesses have these internally. They have their own risk assessment in terms of how they value their capital stack and financing. But again, these are just to illustrate how the PACE industry has undertaken a myriad of rules and consumer protections to ensure that customers know what PACE financing is, how it works, and to make sure that if there are problems, that they are fully communicated and aware of them. Again, PACE consumer protection policy here, not only has the state legislation provided leadership to help guide the PACE industry, the PACE industry has also standardized many of these consumer protections nationwide. Again, these have been taken from input from not only the PACE industry itself and administrators, but also consumer protection stakeholders, civil rights groups, others, customers, to make sure that there's a national standard by which all PACE and commercial PACE financing is conducted. The green is the expanded consumer protection principles that the companies themselves have agreed to as a standard practice. No foreclosures. In 12 years, White Green has not foreclosed on any person as a result of a PACE lien. Again, additional protections for elderly and low-income property owners. Our PACE guide. So every customer now gets a residential PACE guide as part of their package as a reference to anything related to PACE. They have that information available to them. PACE financing is a safe financing measure when compared to other forms of financing. Nearly every PACE customer pays on time according to our data, but the majority of late payments are caught up by the following tax roll. Unsecured delinquencies are almost nil, as you see here at the foreclosure rate. Again, we have never foreclosed in 12 years being in business, and the overall PACE foreclosure rate is less than 0.02%, so that's a very minimal amount. Complaints are rare. This is from January of this year's, our regulator, the DFPI, issues an annual report that shows the number of PACE assessments that have been conducted in the state, and there were 10,129 PACE assessments in 2020. That's their most recent data. And of that number, 169 complaints were received by the DFPI. Only 12 were unresolved by reporting date. That is less than 0.12% of all of over 10,000 PACE assessments in the year 2020. That's a very small amount. So complaints are rare, but unresolved complaints are almost they're almost zero. Again, we talk about equity for businesses. Again, we focus on the small to medium-sized business sector in our C-PACE product, and because we believe that those small to medium-sized businesses are the backbone of many communities, and we believe that providing equitable access to affordable financing is key. the reason why we can say that is because our interest rate compared to other types of financing is fixed and fully amortized, meaning the customer, the business knows exactly what the payment will be. They know it will not change for the life of the loan. And that is important for businesses when they're making business decisions to know that they're not going to have fluctuating interest rates, or their credit is going to be affected because of some business events such as COVID that we've just experienced the last 2 years, where businesses have had a tough time getting access to capital and interest rates have fluctuated, or their qualifying standards have been compromised. A brief example at the bottom of the slide, it shows a typical $20,000 project cost for a commercial business a month over a 20-year term. Say this is a solar project or a roofing project with an HVAC at 7.99% interest would be $183 a month versus a $265 10-year loan at 10% interest on another type of financing product. And these are just from Lending Tree comparative data. Again, the benefits to PACE to Lake County, there is no upfront cost. There is no cost to local government. Again, these are standardized throughout the state of California. There's no administrative or setup fees, no additional staff required for the program. These are special assessments on the property tax bill of a business, just like any other property tax bill would be assessed to any other commercial property owner. And then these are just some more specifics about the commercial program itself. Why would businesses opt to choose commercial PACE? Well, again, when they're making decisions that to try to increase their operating cash flow, increase their property revenue, these are things such as multifamily businesses. We've seen that many companies are looking to increase their net operating expense. And these are just ways that commercial PACE has done it, way to preserve their capital, keeping more of their cash in their business without making upfront payments to make their properties more efficient is a way for them to keep more capital in their business. And during, coming out of COVID, when cash was very scarce, these are ways that PACE has helped businesses across the state of California. Again, increase net operating income, increase the building efficiency and net operating income, secure the investment. Because again, when you're talking about expanding hotel space and making air filtration a priority in office buildings and retail buildings for people to return back to shopping and to work, these are things that businesses think about. How can I do these improvements without expelling a lot of the cash out of my business operations? So it's helped in many ways these businesses. And just a brief bullets at the bottom, PACE is eligible only to commercial, industrial, and agricultural property owners. We're not talking about residential customers when we're talking about CPACE. And again, the emphasis here is enable small to medium-sized businesses the ability to do retroactive financing. That's a product that if a business has done some improvements to their property that have an energy efficiency or water conservation component, they can actually go back and use PACE to finance those and to have additional cash reserves for their business. That's a feature that is very appealing to small businesses. And we have a smaller minimum finance amounts than other commercial financing options. These are just some of the societal and economic impacts that commercial PACE has been able to produce in our business. Again, when we talk about how can businesses improve their property value and property, well, protecting their businesses from wildfire or loss is a way for seismic retrofits, as an example. We've seen a $31 million worth of disaster loss avoidance, over $239 million of utility bill savings, $1.16 billion of kilowatt energy saved. And you see here the additional impacts that White Green has been able to make in California so far. We've also received demand in Lake County. There's a hospital project and a winery project that has already approached our company wanting to use it. if it were available to Lake County businesses. And so these would be available to a tool just to be able to allow more housing units. We talk about affordable housing in California being a priority. PACE could be used to make improvements to create new affordable housing units, improve hotel and office facilities, industrial building efficiency, and fire hardening for commercial properties across the county. So in conclusion, this is, again, we operate under the Golden State Finance Authority, which is a JPA under the RCRC, or Rural Counties Representatives of California. And thanks to Supervisor Crandall for being an influential person within RCRC to provide leadership for rural counties across the state. The other JPA is the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. That's where the other CPACE providers are operating under that JPA. We also operating in many of the neighboring communities of Lake County, Colusa County, Glenn County, Mendocino County, Napa County, Sonoma County, Yolo County. Again, Lake County is already a member of GSFA's JPA through their affiliation with RCRC, as I mentioned. No PACE providers are currently operating in Lake County, so should the board have the will to authorize CPACE in the future and allow for businesses to utilize this financing tool, we can discuss and answer questions on how that can happen. Again, this is only for commercial only, and again, we believe it's a valuable tool to aid small and medium-sized businesses that need access to capital in your county. So with that, I want to thank you, and if there are any questions, we appreciate the time you've given us to be able to speak this Tuesday.
Thank you, Glenn. I wanted to offer to see if your colleague had any statements or anything before I open up the questions to the board.
Nope, nothing for me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I've had some experience with PACE before, and I think that having the conversation here is where it should begin, because what happened a few years back was the city of Clear Lake had engaged with the PACE program, and by not having the components on the county level, whether that was at the auditor controller, the tax collector, I don't remember exactly which department it was, but it was difficult to be able to manage through the process of dealing with PACE. So I think having this conversation here is good, because if we do move forward, then it allows our cities to have that capability to move forward as well. I'm not going to speak with much knowledge on the interest rates you showed. I wasn't too impressed with the 7.99, but at the same time, I don't know what's available out there for other businesses, but that's going to be their choice. And I love to offer choices for people who would like to be able to utilize this program. One of the parts, because of what happened in the past, that the county was not prepared. You talked about fees too, and you also spoke about the auditor, controller, and other departments. Are we, if somebody is going through a PACE program, it has to go through us in some way, shape, or form to deal with as far as the, not the financing portion of it, but we still have to deal with making sure that the payments are being made, and that the, if, for example, somebody sells their home, that there's not a lien on the house or on the property or something like that. Is there a fee that we can make sure that we obtain so that we are getting paid for any of the services that are being done here internally to deal with the PACE program? Or has that been changed now so it's completely internally at Y-Green and we don't have to deal with anything?
So thank you for that. You know, there is cost recovery for the county for any fees that they incur in terms of their normal tax assessment operations. And again, those are things that we can discuss, but yeah, Y-Green has the infrastructure to work with the county. Again, many cases, customers may have questions about their assessment. We send out a minimum of 3 reminders to customers about their upcoming property tax assessment. so they're aware of this is what you're going to be paying, this is what you owe. And again, we work with counties across the state. Again, we work in over 500 jurisdictions with this very, very question. So we have a pretty robust infrastructure to handle the questions that customers may have about their assessment. And we work with county, willing to work with Lake County on any questions they may have regarding their procedure.
Okay. And again, I think that having a choice, I mean, we're speaking specifically today about the commercial property PACE program. I think that even opening up for further dialogue in the future for looking at the residents as well, you mentioned home hardening, things like that. I'd love to hear more about that. But at the same time, just to be cautious, my opinion would be that this is a feasible program to implement, but I'd love to wait until January, since it would appear that we're going to be getting quite a change in leadership in our finance departments, and that waiting until that leadership is set, and then bringing them into the fold of the conversation to see how everything would be implemented and what their parts would be. That's the direction that I would love to have.
All right. Any other comments?
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, okay. And I just had one quick question. With the numbers that you had, how many, and I'm going to go to it real fast so I can see it for myself, because the numbers that you have in regard to, there it is. So it said the CPACE program, and it said like 31 million for disaster loss avoidance, things like that. How much of that is in regard to rural counties? Percentage?
Well,
yeah.
I don't have that specific broken down into rural counties. Again, our program operates statewide, and again, as I mentioned briefly, we have been approached by two programs that have in excess of $2 million projects, and again, the estimates of that, we can put a calculation to that. I don't have that broken down into rural versus urban counties. But again, we've already received demand of 2 million without even being approved in the county. So we are very confident that if approved, there will be businesses that access the tool, because again, it's a voluntary program, and when we're talking about, fire hardening, water conservation, energy efficiency, these things are whether you live in a rural county or an urban center, businesses are making decisions that are based on what they feel is best for their business to grow. And so we've seen the demand, and we believe that is something that should be open in Lake County for the businesses that choose.
All right. Thank you, Glenn. And then the last thing, I know Supervisor Sabatier mentioned recovering funding. And is that covered under SB 96? Is that what that explains about loss reserve program? Is that what that refers to for counties and default losses? That's what that's referencing?
No, that's not SB 96. That's just for our program. Routinely, it is of no cost to the county, or no administrative or fees that the county would incur as a result of pay. So if there are fees that they incur, they would be able to recover those costs as operationally through the program.
All right. Thank you, Glenn. Are there any other questions from the board? No. Anyone from the public?
Good morning again, everybody. I had one quick question, because we went over like the areas around us that you guys are participating in. So Sonoma County has the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program.
Yep.
And inside of that, it offers the PACE financing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so on their website, it shows the fixed interest rate for them is 5.99%. So I'm wondering why we're seeing 7.99%, 2% higher than Sonoma County.
I just think that the rates that we charge are because we're able to provide a competitive rate that is comparable to other forms of financing.
Right, so my curiosity.
Sonoma County is the only public program that is in existence. I'm not sure how they arrived at their interest rate, or if their interest rate will change in the future. But yeah, I can't speak to their program. All that we're comparing our rate to is
For some reason, yeah, there we go.
comparable programs.
Oh, okay, I was just wondering if there was some kind of financial reason or a demographic reason why we'd be paying 2% more, because that is substantially more than Sonoma County. Just something I was curious about.
Yeah, but the scale of projects that Wide Green and other companies perform far outweigh the number of programs that the Skype program does, even within Sonoma County. We operate within Sonoma County as well.
Oh, okay, I don't know that I totally understand, but.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other comments from public input? I'm not seeing anybody in the Zoom room. I didn't know if there's anyone from any of the other departments or staff that had comments, and I'm not seeing any hands. So I'll bring it back to the board, and I think this is a discussion only, and I think 2 supervisors have already notified that they would like to, if possible, discuss at a later date or something of that nature, but next year, if anything, but, right? Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know what else to add here, but thank you again for coming forward and giving us this presentation, and we'll look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And I, just to be more specific, I think that it would be good to bring back a discussion, because I have some things that I'm putting on the back burner rather than bringing it to the board. I recognize that there's going to be some leadership changes happening in our finance department. I also understand that we're trying to meet certain expectations, and I don't want to add stuff and put a wrench in the wheel to slow down what we're trying to work on and meet our expectations. But having a conversation sometime, I don't know, in the February, March timeframe, so that we can either look at creating a committee to have these discussions with our finance departments to see what is feasible and what is not, and then coming back to the board and discussing those things as well. But that's kind of the timeframe that I'm looking at, letting them get comfortable, letting them get in there, and then start talking about some of the other programs that we have not brought on board yet, because there's definitely a lot from CSAC. This is coming from RCRC, but there's other stuff from CSAC that has been made available that we have not discussed at this moment in time. It was discussed when CSAC was here to provide us some of the details of those programs, but again, not sure that it's the right time to implement things because of the leadership change coming in. So just wanted to be a little bit more specific about timeframes.
All right, thank you for that, Supervisor Sabatier. And with that, again, thank you, and we will touch base in the near future.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gabe. With that, let's see here. We are at 11 o'clock. Does anybody need a short break, or are we okay to drive on? Drive on?
I'm good.
Okay. With that, 6.7, consideration of presentation by U.S. EPA Region 9 staff of the Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine Superfund site. This site's project manager, Carter Jessup, Karen Jurist, and community involvement coordinator, Gavin Pauley, will be leading the presentation to provide an update on the site and EPA's upcoming recommendation cleanup plan, proposed plan, and opportunities for community engagement. And one second. I think Water Resources will be, we have Deputy Director Delgianis and Angela DePomadao. If you're on, I know this, we'll hand this over to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall. I'll go ahead and do an intro for the US EPA team here. Thank you again for having, providing the opportunity for this presentation. My name is Angela DePalma-Dow. I am a program coordinator in County of Lake Water Resource Department. And just to be clear, this is not a project that the county is involved with the management. This is fully on the US EPA. This is the Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine Superfund site. So this is managed fully by US EPA. However, the role with the County of Lake and particularly Water Resources is making sure that the public is aware of any activities that are occurring around and on Clear Lake, of which this program directly applies. We also see ourselves in a role of making sure that information is transparent, easily accessible, and that the community has an opportunity to participate and engage in any sort of activities that are occurring around the lake and within their community. We value that. We think it's very important. And so that's why we sponsor and bring this item to you today to provide the public this information learning opportunity about what's going on at the site, and so that they know how to participate in the planning process for the cleanup of the Superfund site. I will note that there are some materials that the US EPA team is going to be referencing today, and those materials are available both online and they're available in hard copy format if somebody wants a paper copy. The board members, you have each been provided a packet with those materials that the team will be referencing today, and then there are some physical copies that the US EPA team sent that are available down in the boardroom for anybody that's in attendance that would like them. And also, if anybody's interested in these materials, they're welcome to come to the third floor at 255 North Forbes Street here in the courthouse, visit Water Resources and ask for them. We have copies of these, and we can provide them for anybody that requests this information. And the other thing I will say, actually, I think that's it. I can go ahead and turn it over to the group right now. And Supervisor Crandall already introduced the speakers. So that'll be Carter Jessup, Karen Juris, and Kevin Pauley. We'll go ahead and they have their screen shared already, and you guys can present. Thank you so much again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Angela. Hello, and thank you, Honorable Lake County Supervisors, for your time today. Thank you to Lake County Department of Water Resources for sponsoring EPA's participation today. My name is Carter Jessup. I'm the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's lead project manager for the Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine Superfund site. As was mentioned, I'm joined today by Karen Juris, who's another project manager for EPA, who leads the EPA's work surrounding the fish advisory for Clear Lake and related efforts, and Gavin Pauley, who's EPA's community involvement coordinator for the Sulphur Bank site. EPA has been engaged with Supervisors Sabatier and Crandall in the recent past, but it's been much longer since we've had an opportunity to provide a broader update to the Lake County Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to begin with some general background information and then move into a discussion of what's ahead. The presentation materials are going to be fairly general in nature, but we'd be happy to dive into more detail. And as you'll hear, we've got some public participation processes coming up in the near future that will certainly also provide an opportunity for deeper public engagement. Next slide, please. Just outline what I'm going to cover today, just very quickly. First, just who we are, why we're here, what the Superfund program is all about, a little bit about the Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine site and its history as a refresher. We'll talk about next steps and cleanup plan timeline. They're going to provide an update about some new site signage that EPA is going to be posting. I'll then hand it over to Karen to talk about the Clear Lake Fish Consumption Advisory and coordination that she's had with the county. And then Gavin will lead an update on tribal and community engagement activities that have been recent and that are upcoming related to EPA's release of a proposed plan for the cleanup of the mine site. And then, of course, we'll have time for Q&A. Next slide, please. So just very briefly, EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment, to ensure that all Americans have access to clean air, water, and land, and to regulate the production of certain chemicals. The Superfund program is one of EPA's core responsibilities and programs. It aims to clean up the nation's most contaminated sites and return those sites to beneficial use, and wherever possible to make the parties responsible for contamination pay. The Sulphur Bank Mercury mine is on EPA's Superfund list, and I'll dive into a little more detail on the next slide, please. So Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine opened in 1865, initially mining for sulfur. They shortly thereafter shifted to mining for cinnabar ore, which is refined to pure mercury. Over its 90-ish years of production, over 2.5 million tons of mercury and arsenic contaminated waste were distributed across the 160-acre mine site. It was added to the Superfund list in 1990. The primary reasons for that, firstly, were because of its impacts on Clear Lake. It is the primary reason why there is a fish consumption advisory for Clear Lake. The mine has introduced mercury into Clear Lake. The other major reason why it was added to the Superfund list has to do with the mine's profound impacts on the Elam colony, a fairly recognized tribe who, as you can see on the figure here, their lands immediately border the mine site. The Bradley Mining Corporation was held responsible for the majority of the contamination at the site. Department of Justice settled with Bradley Mining in 2012. The Bureau of Indian Affairs was also found partially responsible because they'd used mine waste as a construction material on the Elam colony. EPA has performed 8 early actions, emergency cleanup actions up to the present to address the most urgent risks at the site to human health and the environment. That includes 3 actions on the Elam colony to reduce the exposure of Elam colony residents to mercury and arsenic. It includes multiple actions on the mine site to reduce the amount of contamination going from the mine into Clear Lake, and it includes a removal action in the neighborhood south of the mine, where once again mine waste was used as a construction material for road base. Next slide, please. So EPA is nearing the release of what we call a proposed plan, our formal cleanup plan for the mine site itself. We break sites down into what we term operable units. These are administrative chunks that are usually based on the nature of the contamination, the type of cleanup that's necessary. Sometimes it'll be based on property ownership. The Sulphur Bank site is broken into 3 operable units. Operable unit 1 is the mine site and the contamination in the residential areas north and south of the mine. Operable unit 2 is Clear Lake. It's technically all of Clear Lake, but in particular, the Oaks Arm of Clear Lake is where we see by far the highest concentrations of site-related contamination. And operable unit 4 is the wetland area north of the mine site, as well as a study area to the southeast, where there isn't necessarily known areas of contamination, but we are investigating the possibility for contamination to be there at the request of the Elam colony. Next slide, please. So just, I mentioned that we're nearing a cleanup plan. So this slide just provides a quick overview of EPA's cleanup process. For large and complex sites like Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine, they go through the remedial process, and this is dictated under the Comprehensive Environmental Response and Liability Act, which is the law that established Superfund. So this is sort of a prescribed process. Operable units 2 and 4 are in this characterization phase still, but operable unit 1, the mine site and the residential soils, is right at the cusp of going from that characterization phase to the formal decision-making step. And this transition between phases is accomplished by the release of a proposed plan, where EPA identifies what the appropriate action is for the cleanup according to all of our study and analysis, and we release that to the public for comment and input. Next slide. So just at a 10,000-foot level, our cleanup plan, which, as you'll hear from Gavin, you'll have plenty of opportunity to get the full details on. But this slide is sort of a cartoon breakdown of how the site interacts with the environment. On the right is operable Unit 1, the mine site. On the left is Clear Lake, obviously not at all to scale. The pink is mine waste. We get rainfall coming down and infiltrating into the mine waste. That contaminated rain, stormwater flows. Currently, either flows into Herman Impoundment, which is the flooded mine pit in the middle of the site, or it flows directly into Clear Lake. We also have a release of contamination that occurs due to Herman Impoundment water flowing. As you can see, Herman Impoundment's water level is higher than that of Clear Lake. And so the flooded mine pit feeds water into the waste rock material in the waste rock dam, which then carries contamination on into Clear Lake. If you'll click the slide there, Gavin, please. So the first phase of action that EPA is looking to implement will be to put a clean cover material across the mine waste, across the entire site. So that will effectively halt the input of mine influenced stormwater into Herman Impoundment and into Clear Lake. That will also achieve a lowering of Herman Impoundment's water level, and therefore a reduction in the amount of groundwater movement from Herman Impoundment into Clear Lake. The second phase of things gets a bit more complicated, so I'm going to sort of defer that to when we actually release the proposed plan. But I wanted to give just a bit of a primer on what you might expect from the proposed cleanup plan. Next slide, please. So what are next steps? I mentioned the proposed plan. That's where all of EPA's plans for the cleanup will really be fully documented and released for your review, your input, your comment. That is scheduled to occur this spring or summer. We are currently engaged in government-to-government consultation with the Elam Indian Colony, who have raised a number of legitimate concerns about our planned approach. And so we're working through those, and we take that consultation process very seriously. And so we want to make sure that we've got a good plan of action for addressing their concerns before we move forward. And that's why the timeline here has been pushed out a bit since what Supervisors Sabatier and Crandall may have heard from us previously, and that's why there's still some uncertainty on the release of that proposed plan. But we're working through that as quickly as we can. We'll then move. So the public comment on the proposed plan, EPA is required by statute and takes very seriously, once again, the input from the public. We will respond to all comments that we receive during that public comment period, and to the best of our ability, we'll incorporate input into the cleanup approach. That cleanup approach will then get formalized into a record of decision. Usually it's about 6 to 12 months from the release of a proposed plan before the record of decision is signed. So we show it here as winter of 22-23. That's aggressive, but we're trying to move the site forward as aggressively as we can. We are parallel tracking some additional investigation work to make sure we've got all the data that we need to do our formal engineering and remedial design work. That design work is expected to begin in 2023 and be ongoing as we initiate the first phases of the cleanup work. Under a best case scenario, we could see yellow metal out on the site moving dirt as soon as 2024. I think 2025 is probably a bit more realistic, but we really are trying to fast track this. The site has taken, frankly, much too long to get to this point in the process. And we take very seriously the need to move things forward rapidly. Next slide, please. Also wanted to provide you a couple updates about some things that EPA is doing that might affect public perception of the site. Anyone who drives by the site may see some new signs going up. This spring and summer, we are producing and posting new signs around the mine site. We've had pretty persistent problems with trespass onto the mine site. Going onto the mine site is absolutely inadvisable. There's high levels of mercury and arsenic in the mine waste across the site. Our prior signs, we've heard feedback from the public that they did a lot of scare without much education. So we're trying to adjust that and provide signs that provide more context for the recommendations and cautions against going onto the mine site. The text that's shown on the slide in front of you is going to be captured on the new signs that will be hung around the site. And we'll also have two larger, more sort of interpretive signs like you might see at a state park to educate the public about the nature of the contamination at the site, the history of the site, and the reasons why going on at the mine site is really not a good idea or something that's safe for public health. With that, speaking of signs, I'll turn it over to Karen Juris to talk about some of the work she's been doing around the fish consumption advisory for Clear Lake and some new signage there. Next slide, Kevin.
Thank you, Carter, and thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity and for your time. So as Carter mentioned, as a result of the mercury mine waste and release from the site, some fish found in Clear Lake contain high levels of mercury that do pose a health hazard. The state of California's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment issued fish consumption recommendations for Clear Lake, as you can see here on this slide. California Assembly Bill 762 stipulates that local county health offices post health warnings regarding fish consumption, and EPA assisted with this effort and collaborated with Lake County Water Resources Department by printing signs that the county posted or plans to post around the lake. Next slide, please. And here you can see the results of our collaboration. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the Lake County Water Resources Department and Angela De Palma Dow for collaborating and posting these signs. And here's a figure of where signs are posted and where they plan to be posted around Clear Lake. Next slide, please. EPA also collaborated with the County Water Resource Department to provide materials for the quagga mussel ramp monitors to have in the field, both for reference and for dissemination to the public. EPA, working on other sites, EPA has learned that direct interaction between educated staff and the public is a really effective way to convey our messages. So we developed and printed a training outline for the ramp monitors regarding mercury in fish and the Sulphur Bank mercury mine, as well as a pamphlet for handout. It's a water-resistant pamphlet that discusses protecting the health of you and your children. So Lake County Water Resources Department distributed and discussed these materials at their ramp monitor meeting this past March. Thank you. And next slide. And with that, I'll turn things over to Gavin Pauley.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, supervisors, for having us on the line today. We really appreciate all of your time. And so first, I want to dig into a tribal engagement update we have for all of you. So since September 2021, so last year, EPA has been engaged in monthly topical chats with tribal nations in the surrounding area. So here you can see the list of our participants in our monthly meetings and also some of the topics that we've dug into with tribal nations, including supporting a better understanding of site risks to human health, developing a plan to have ongoing engagement with tribes in the area, offering contract and grant support to help tribes better interpret site information, etc. And so I really want to emphasize the amount of time that tribal nations and their representatives and members have spent working with us, the time commitment and tribal input has really led to EPA updating our processes and how we're going about work in the area. So this includes updating how we're doing outreach to tribal nations and the general community. We've worked with tribes to update site signage and start developing additional, more kind of infographic signage for the site. They've supported us in our coordination with the county on the fish advisory and also in updating the way that we go about site work practices. So this includes protecting cultural resources on site. And so next slide, there we go. And so Carter spoke about our proposed plan process that's upcoming this spring and summer. And so in May or June, EPA is going to be recommending a cleanup plan for the mine portion of the site. We'll be making that proposed plan available to the public and opening a 30-day public comment period for the general community, tribal nations, interested people to either comment on the proposed plan, present concerns, ask questions, and really work with us to ensure that we have adequate public input to move forward with the next steps and processes that Carter spoke to. So in conjunction with publishing the proposed plan, making that document publicly available, and opening the public comment period, you can see listed out here other outreach activities that EPA will be doing in the community to ensure that we can really support people getting the information that they need to comment on our proposed plan. So this will include our ongoing coordination with tribal nations, local agencies, and community groups. We'll also, at that time that the public comment period opens, be posting a technical presentation of our recommended cleanup plan onto YouTube and making that link available through various methods, including on the site website, through a limited mailer on postcards, and et cetera. And so once we make that technical presentation available, we will also be setting up a couple of question and answer sessions that will be live, and community members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the EPA site team, and we will be there and available to respond to those questions or concerns and work with community members after to ensure that they can work through all of the site information and comment on the proposed plan. So we, throughout that comment period, will be responding to those questions and concerns. We'll be supporting people to get access to site information. And we'll also be posting in local papers and requesting that announcements be read on local radio stations, in addition to having updated the site's webpage, which you can see linked here. So back in summer of 2021, EPA went through a community forum engagement process. And so we reached out to city managers, board of supervisors, local residents, and some academic and agency partners in the area to get public input and figure out the best way that we should go about our process moving forward. And so we're really grateful for everyone that participated in that process and the input that we received, because it will indeed inform our outreach activities moving forward. And so following our presentation here to the Board of Supervisors, we plan to send out an update to our community forum group, letting them know about our next steps, outreach opportunities coming up, the presentation we gave today, and our tribal engagement process. In addition to updating our community forum group, we'll also be providing a targeted update to the broader community. And so through our forum process, we learned that specifically we should be targeting local businesses and community health organizations that are impacted by the risks from the site. And so we will be targeting those groups specifically, in addition to tribal members and local residents, to ensure that everyone is well aware of our process, our next steps, outreach opportunities, and the ways in which we've already engaged the community. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to our presentation today. We really appreciate it. I just wanted to flag the site webpage here that we will be updating in the next month or two, and also flag both mine and Carter's contact information for all of you. and open up the floor for any questions or answers or comments.
And hopefully answers.
Yeah.
Is there any Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I appreciate the update and have taken part in some of the meetings that have been basically the public input type of meetings or the public update meetings that we've had. While the sulfur bank mine is not in the district that I serve, it's definitely something that impacts all of us, since it has a huge impact on our lake. I want to say a couple of things. One is thank you for listening. We've definitely made sure that you heard us loud and clear, that this timeline was not an acceptable timeline when we were meeting before. I appreciate you trying to make it go faster, and I hope that we can find ways to ensure that we stay within range of that timeline being proposed. But also listening to the complaints that you received about the signage and seeing that there is new signage coming out. So I think that you are definitely sharing with the public and us that you are listening. But I do want to provide some context for timelines. I'm looking at it. It's an old report. And maybe you have some greater knowledge of what the new numbers are. This is from the late 90s, 97, I believe. It's a report from our government accounting office. And it says here that typically once a site is listed, that it should be cleaned up within 5 years. They said that by 1996, it looked like it was expanded to about 10.6 years. If we were listed in 1990, we're now at year 32. And that's where I think the public, and myself included, and maybe others, have a level of frustration, especially because of the direct impact, not just to our lake, but the people of Elam Colony. And I think that there's an absolute disconnect with why 32 years. And I don't want to belabor the point. I think that we're back on top of it, and I hope that we can stick to the timeline. But it's a very sensitive subject for the fact that it took this type of activity to even get clean water to Elam Colony, because before they were pulling water out of the wells, which obviously was not a sanitary thing to do. And so it's just, we need to make sure that this gets completed ASAP. And we need our lake to be useful for food purposes as well, where right now we're being highly restricted due to this Superfund site on what it is that we can eat out of the lake. And there is a lot of fish in our lake. It's very abundant. And with things, as we've discussed earlier in previous meetings, with the way that our global climate change is impacting us, having a source of food that is accessible to us locally, that is sustainable, is also going to be that much more important. And if we can't finish this, then it's going to put us in a much bigger bind and more of a corner than we have been. So I appreciate you listening. I just wanted to share the frustration of the amount of years, and not sure if you have an updated timeline of what cleanup averages are taking for others. But I just want to make sure that we stay on top of the timeline that is being provided, because it's too long.
Yeah, I can look into timeline for sort of average for sites, but regardless of what that shows, I absolutely 100% agree with you. The cleanup at the sulfur bank mine site is taking too long. Part of that story is the complexity of the site. Part of that story is the early emergency actions that we took. I'm not here to make excuses. We want to make sure that it gets done, and it gets done quickly moving forward. So thank you for those comments, and absolutely duly noted.
All right. Do you mind if I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How is the drought impacting the flow of pollutants into the lake, because the lake has been very low in the last 2 years, and I'm not quite certain how Herman Pit has fared with the drought, if it stays at about the same, or if it's dropped as well, because if the lake is lower, you would suspect that there's a greater risk of flow into the lake.
Yeah, good question. So actually, one of the field activities EPA has recently been performing is the installation of a number of new wells at the site to try to better monitor the movement of contamination from the mine site into the lake. And what we've found just in the last month is there's very little water. Maybe unsurprisingly, Herman and Powmett's water level has dropped pretty much in line with the drop in the water level of Clear Lake. And when the water level of Herman and Powmett goes low enough, it actually gets below, as I showed in that kind of cartoon, there's that waste rock for the waste rock dam. If it drops below the level of that waste rock, then the water from the impoundment doesn't flow through waste, doesn't pick up contamination, and doesn't then carry it to Clear Lake. So the extremely unfortunate situation with the drought, one small silver lining on it is a substantial reduction in the amount of contamination going from the mine site into Clear Lake currently. We don't have precise numbers on that. That's something that we're actively working on. Sort of figuring out how to better track that across wet and dry years to make sure that we are complying with the state's TMTL on a long-term basis. Yeah, that's the story. Basically, we have every reason to believe that the loading of contamination from the mine to Clear Lake is significantly reduced right now due to the low water levels.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a follow-up. In Supervisor Sabatier, it's a lot of the Elam Indian Colony members, they go to your district, they either live in your district or go to the schools there, so it's understandable. And that's where my questions are in regard to this. And I know that I've been on a meeting with you all before and probably brought this up in discussion about the actual dialogue that you're having. More than likely when it says Elam Indian Colony, you're talking about the actual government, which is based in Santa Rosa, and of course that's who any entity would deal with, is the government. However, there are citizens that are living on the Elam Indian Colony that aren't actual members at this point. And so are you able to communicate with them? Because I'm not sure how the communication process works between the members and their previous government, if you will, since they've been disenfranchised. So if you have an access to them, if not, there are my town halls in East Region Town Hall and Clear Lake Oaks that we can invite you to. And also, I can also arrange a meeting on the Rancheria with those folks that live in the community if need be. That way we can get all of the people informed and have input from them as well. So I'll stop there before I ask my next question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's one of the things that's come out of this sort of improved public outreach effort that Gavin Pauley has been helping us to lead, is we understood that there was that political divide within the Elam Indian Colony, but frankly, we did not appreciate the magnitude of it. We were surprised that the folks on the colony had not been receiving any update from their government about the engagement that we had with them. So we are working to correct that wrong as far as our communication with the affected community. We've been regularly engaging with a couple residents on the EIC who are sort of not informal, cultural leaders, and they've assured us that they are, at least to some degree, communicating our message to that community. But I would love to take you up on that offer, Supervisor, to help us hold a more local meeting. I've contacted my point of contact there on the Elam Indian Colony about setting up an in-person meeting, but he's not being compensated for his time in any way, and it's not fair to impose that upon him. So if that's something you could help us with, I'd really appreciate it. I'd like to have more conversation with you on that.
Yes, I will touch base with you, and then just note, I know the folks that live there are very responsible for the actual roundhouses, so for them, compensation isn't an issue commonly because they do it, in regard to that. So, but another thing to add is, The cleanup process, I know that's further down the line. I know there's a lot of people that have, requested for me to ask questions like what technique or method are you going to use during the cleanup? And I know someone's mentioned hemp and things like that. So when that gets to that process, or is it there, where do I send them and where do I get those answers to those questions? How do I move forward with that? I just wanted to highlight that.
Sure. Yeah. The public comment period on the proposed plan is probably the most appropriate place because it provides a formal forum, a formal place in the process to insert those comments. All of those comments will be captured and published then associated with our record of decision. As I mentioned, by statute, we are required to respond to all of the public comments that we receive during that public participation process, whether they be verbal during a public meeting or written comments that are submitted. So that's probably the most appropriate time for that. But if in the interim, I'm always available. If someone has a specific question that they'd really like to raise to me sooner than later, they're more than welcome to contact me at the information that Gavin included in the presentation materials. Yeah.
Thank you, Carter. My last one is just to Angela, and that is the effects on the lake regarding this actual Superfund site and how it revolves around the whole Cyanobacteria, presentation that you gave to us. Just wanted to get some input on that, if you will.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. And there's lots of complex interactions that occur with lakes, nutrient enrichment, oxygen, mercury in the sediments, wildlife, and cyanobacteria. I don't have all the answers for that. Some of the most common things occur that impact both cyanobacteria blooms and the methylation of mercury. And that's when there's low dissolved oxygen in the water column, particularly at the bottom near the sediment. This happens in the summertime. We get a lot of green growth, lots of algae, cyanobacteria growth. And as time goes on, all those cells die. They fall to the bottom of the lake. They sit on the bottom and they decompose. As they decompose on the sediments, they suck up all the oxygen and create this layer of, it's called anoxic or hypoxic zone where there's no oxygen. That process of low oxygen can both add more nutrients, algae and cyanobacteria food to the water column. It can also methylate mercury, which makes that go into the water column as well. And that means it can move around. It's not buried in its nice little happy spot in the sediment. So those are some things, some interactions that occur both to cyanobacteria separately from mercury in the same area. And that can be occurring in the Oaks Arm during periods where we have no oxygen. UC Davis has done some research through the Blue Ribbon Committee where they've identified that sometimes we can get 3 days of no oxygen in the Oaks Arm or other arms. And sometimes that can go up until 2 or 3 weeks of no oxygen at the bottom layer of the lake, depending on the temperature and the time of year. So that's a lot of time where we could see both the cyanobacteria getting more food from those nutrients released, as well as seeing some of that mercury kind of mobilized in that period. There is a project that is being proposed, and I think it got approved through the Blue Ribbon Committee that USGS is embarking on, specifically to see where in the lake some of these interactions are occurring, particularly with the mercury, and how far out it's occurring in the sediments and other tissues of fish and other things away from the Superfund site. I don't have the details on that project to give you now, but that I believe is an approved project from the Blue Ribbon Committee that's just waiting for some funds allocations and contracting for that to go forth. Maybe Carter has more information on that. Okay, so there are some things going in place to kind of figure out what the impact is of that mine site in the rest of the lake. But then there are these things that happen that cause interactions for both cyanobacteria and mercury. Any sort of living thing like a plant or algae cells, they take up stuff in the water around them. So we can't discount the fact that the cells themselves can move things around. Aquatic plants in lab studies have shown to bioremediate heavy metals. So sometimes plants can actually take up heavy metals themselves. However, our aquatic plants in that area don't move around a lot. All those tules in that area, maybe they're taking up metals, but they stay right there. They don't go anywhere. The metals are staying there in that same spot. And that's probably true for mercury. So I don't know. I hope that answered some of your question, or maybe gave you a lot more information that you bargained for. And maybe Carter can talk about some of the partnering agencies and research with the mercury studies in USGS. But hopefully that answered your question, Supervisor Crandall.
Thank you. And just go ahead, Carter.
Just briefly, so EPA does have an interagency agreement with the U.S. Geological Service, who are really sort of doing, I think, a great job of marrying the efforts under the Blue Ribbon Committee with the efforts that EPA is undertaking under Superfund to try to really make sure that's all pulling in the same direction. They're gathering data that is going to help us understand the extent to which actions that are being proposed and discussed through the Blue Ribbon Committee could also be beneficial to addressing the mercury problem in the lake. And one of the things that Angela was referring to was the incorporation of a mercury module onto this nutrient modeling effort that the Blue Ribbon Committee is already supporting, and they're proposing to add mercury to that model, and that's going to be informed by data that USGS is gathering on EPA's behalf. So we're really trying to get all of the efforts that are going on in the lake to sort of all work together to address these complicated interrelated issues.
Thank you for that. And the other reason why I bring that up is because of the Clear Lake Oaks, the Keys, of course. They're, if you notice the area there, it's very affected. It's not just, of course, it's the tribe as well because they're adjacent, but then you have the Keys right there, and then, all of the shores on that side, it affects them as well. So thank you for answering those questions. I'll go ahead and open it up. If there's any other questions, Supervisor Simon.
Yes, so I appreciate the update as we move forward with this Superfund site and cleanup, but a specific question to EPA for our, the long-term effects of the Superfund site. That we got a plan, it looks like, to move forward to fix a Superfund site, but the damage is done. The mercury is out there, especially with the Elam Indian Colony being adjacent to the property and other community members. Is EPA anticipating a long-term kind of analysis of, current situation for mercury that may be in individuals and how that's affected with the cleanup as you move forward? So I'm looking for support too from the EPA to our community to do testing on it. Is there a baseline right now with the individuals, especially with the Elam Colony, how it's affected their health? Is it in their blood? What's going on? I mean, they're pulling water out of those wells. They're consuming this, in one way or another, even though there's new opportunities now for water. But, it's great that we're cleaning the earth, but the people that have been exposed to this for a couple hundred years, generational, what is that doing to them? So is that contemplated in this cleanup plan, or is it just let's fix the ground that was affected by it? Or is it a holistic look at the communities, including all of Lake County, as it was affected by this Superfund site? So that's a question I have. It's great that we got a plan to cover the pond and do those things, but what is the human effect from EPA's standpoint? Is there a long-term monitoring or funding that can be done here? Just a question.
Sure. No, very, very valid question. And as with everything at the Sulphur Bank site, the answer is it's complicated. There's harm done by the site that we can hope to correct, and there's harm done by the site that we can't. And the historical impacts of the mine, the profound impact that the site has had and unfortunately will continue to have on the Elam Indian Colony and the surrounding community is something that we're really doing our utmost to correct moving forward. But we have a real limited ability to correct looking backward. We have done back in the site's history, back in the 1990s, we did do some actual direct survey work. We asked for members of the Elam Indian Colony to contribute blood samples to test for mercury levels. And that's not the sort of thing that we really do today as often for privacy reasons. It's really just not the direction that the Superfund program tends to go. And so there hasn't been any follow-up on that. But the reality is that the site is impacting the health of the community, and the EPA's real recourse for that is to reduce the amount of contamination entering the environment, and to make sure that the public has accurate information about what the health impacts are and what actions individuals need to take in order to protect their health. Mercury does leave the body over a fairly modest time frame, over a number of months. And so by controlling the amount of fish that one is eating from a contaminated water body, you can see those at least the short-term acute effects of mercury exposure reduce. The largest effects of mercury on public health really are to the developing brain, so to children and to unborn baby fetuses. And those impacts can be permanent. And there is not any sort of an organized effort to evaluate those. It'd be really hard to pull apart where the effects are being caused by the site versus being caused by other sorts of exposures. But it is one of the reasons why EPA really sees that this site needs to move forward urgently. Its impact on the community needs to be controlled, and we're really trying to expedite things. One last point to make on that I think is just in no way am I trying to downplay the severity of the problem here, but it is important context that we're trying to communicate in the interest of just transparency and accuracy is Clear Lake, the levels of mercury that are found in the fish in Clear Lake, about half of the water bodies in the state of California have mercury fish advisories. And the levels that are found in Clear Lake are not, I don't think, even in the upper half of the water bodies in the state. And so I think that the county and the lake is sometimes unfairly maligned. You're right that it is an extremely productive fishery, and it's heavily used, and the public and the tribes have a right to access to clean fish from the lake, and that's something that EPA is trying to address. But it's also, what I've observed in our public participation process as it's expanded is that there's sort of a perception that kind of on two extremes, that there is no problem, or that the problem is so extreme that no fish from the lake is safe to eat, and the truth is much more in the middle.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, with that, I'll open it up to public input. If I see somebody in the chambers, if you'd like to come up to the microphone and start your 3 minutes and ask or give your statement, ask your question.
Joan Moss, I would like to know when this Superfund site was taken off the list and when it got back on the list. Number two, I would like to hear the difference delineated by the students in the science and the supervisors as to the difference between mercury and methylmercury. Methylmercury is a highly toxic form of mercury, and I don't see it addressed here. And I am confused by the mention of cyanobacteria and mercury and methylmercury. I want that delineated. Mercury becomes methylmercury after it connects with the algae and the bacteria. And methylmercury, I believe, is the kind of mercury that goes up the food chain. That's what it says in the literature we got today. I was the person who got the Superfund site publicized when it became on the Superfund list back in 1990. I've been around a while. And I am friends with some of the community members who end up swinging it out when they've tried to visit their cemeteries in Elim. Thank you. Swinging it out with the neighbors, believe it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm not sure, Carter, if you can answer. I know that I don't think it's come off the list, but maybe you can give us some insight onto if it has and whatnot.
Sure. Well, just as far as differentiating mercury, methylmercury, and cyanotoxins, I mean, those the mercury to methylmercury, there's absolutely a relationship. It's not at all one-to-one, and it's extremely complicated and controlled by numerous other factors in the sediments and in the water column. That's part of the work that USGS is assisting EPA with, is sort of dissecting that and figuring out what factors really facilitate the production of methylmercury. The speaker is exactly right that elemental mercury in the sediments represents very little risk. It's not nearly as toxic. But it's when it transforms to methylmercury and winds up in the food chain that it becomes a real problem to public health. So interrupting that methylmercury, that production methylmercury, is one of the core things the EPA is and will be evaluating for the part of the remedy that will more closely focus on what's going on in Clear Lake. As far as the site's relationship to cyanobacteria, as Angela noted, to date, the majority of our understanding has to do with there being a similarity of conditions for the production of methylmercury and the production of cyanotoxins, and not so much a contribution from the site to the cyanotoxin problem. This is something that's been brought up by the public a couple times about whether there is a relationship there. It's something that we're discussing with USGS and other partners to see how we might evaluate that question. But to date, I'm not aware of evidence that shows that the site contributes to the cyanotoxin problem in any meaningful way. Did that address the question, or is there more to it that I need to?
Yes, that addresses it. Thank you. And we'll go to the Zoom room. I'm not seeing anyone else in the chambers. Betsy Kahn, you have 3 minutes, if you can unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Jessup, I have a couple of questions. Because we're limited to the public time, I'm going to give you all of my questions and then let you answer instead of expecting a conversation. Real simple question is, why do we have operating unit 1, 2, and 4 and not 3? I don't know what that means. And the second thing is that you mentioned the funding. The last time I looked at this, the Bradley Mining Company was unable to provide any funding. Now I'm wondering if there is new funding, what's happened, why is this all of a sudden an urgent project? Those things, I'm sorry if I missed that in your presentation. Third, during your discussion at some point, I heard you say TMDL, but I didn't understand what you were referring to. My understanding is that the TMDL for mercury in the lake was reduced to just the Superfund site as the only source at this point. And the County of Lake is no longer required to address that particular TMDL. The next thing I have, two more things. The impacts that you described on the overall community and that Supervisor Crandall described as affecting, for example, the people in the Keys. And of course, we know about the folks at the colony and all the incredible detriments that's been to their population. I wonder if there's any consideration of seeking funding for correction of a brown field, which would be another source of funding for the community, for Clear Lake Oaks, for Clear Lake, everybody involved in this, because the impact on our whole economy has been extremely dire. And brownfield, so if you have any thoughts on that. Lastly, about the fish consumption advisories, I see that you're going to post those nice signs at the parks. I would really urge you to consider sending the information to every shoreline property owner, making sure the real estate board of directors updates the full disclosures to sales for properties in the county of Lake. Ensure that all that signage goes to fishing supply businesses and boating businesses and anywhere that people that are from out of town might see it, even if they aren't at a local park. Using social media, and of course, I would hope that it would be included as a health impact on our county public health department websites, which I don't think includes that reference to that health impact at this point. So the public outreach on that. I am also a radio reporter, and Angela Dow will be speaking with us next Sunday on our regular program. This will be one of the subjects that we'll discuss. But we are very much in support of this. I'd just love to know how we got this new program going, and thank you, all of you, for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Yeah, so I think I've gotten listed off, and correct me if I missed one, but starting at the first, so yeah, we go OU 1, 2, and then 4. There was a time when Herman Impoundment, the flooded mine pit in the middle of the site, was listed as its own operable unit. It since has been kind of rolled back into operable unit 1, but the designation for our internal processes has been used up. It can't be recycled. So now we go operable unit 1, 2, and 4. There's not some major part of the site that was delisted or anything like that. It's just a matter of the history of the site, as we've just discussed, is lengthy and complicated. As far as the urgency and who pays, you're correct. The Bradley Mining Corporation, in the settlement in 2012 with the Department of Justice, they essentially, they did go bankrupt. Their contribution of funds to the cleanup was extremely limited and represents only a very small fraction of what EPA has already spent on the site to date. The urgency now relates to, we already had been escalating and accelerating, the work at the site, but we also see an opportunity for the site to benefit from infrastructure, the funding associated with the federal infrastructure bill. That bill did assign $3.2 billion, I believe, to EPA for Superfund remedial work across the country. And this site is sort of in the pipeline at the right place to hope to benefit from those funds. And so we really want to push things forward as rapidly as we can to try to make best use of the available funding. As to your question about the TMDL for mercury, I believe that you are correct. I can't speak entirely for the TMDL. I can only speak to the way in which it interacts with the site. But the TMDL does identify Sulphur Bank Mercury Mine as the principal point source of mercury into Clear Lake, and it does prescribe a specific annual load of mercury, which is a no greater than threshold that EPA is actually planning to use as a performance target for our cleanup. So the actions at the site will be tailored to ensure that we are at or below that. It's 0.5 kilogram per year total load. And for reference, our monitoring suggests that we currently range from about 3 to about 12.5 kilograms per year under current conditions. So it's a substantial reduction that will be achieved by the remedy in order to achieve that TMDL. I don't know exactly if there's any other county obligations under that TMDL. That'd be something for the water board to speak to. As far as a brownfields project, nothing currently in the works. EPA does absolutely have a whole brownfields office that looks at brownfields projects and providing funding to help support the development of brownfields. Generally, brownfields would come in sort of after Superfund, is my general understanding. But if there's a request for such, that's something I could look into. I could talk with our brownfields office about what they might fit into things. And then I would turn it to Karen to speak to the fish advisory question.
Thanks, Carter. So those were all really good ideas of where to post the information and how to disseminate it. We have informed the county health department, particularly of our collaboration with the county water resources. And we've offered and will offer material to a number of tribal communities around Clear Lake. But I noted your ideas and input to send information to property owners, see if there's a way to get this into real estate disclosures, and to ensure this information is out at fishing supply and boating supply locations around the lake. So we can definitely look into that.
All right.
And if I may, I got kind of some live feedback here as we're meeting, and I just wanted to correct the record. I may have stated that there was no outreach between the Elam government and the residents on the Elam Indian Colony. That's not the case. There was interaction, there was communication. It just was limited in nature, and it was not something that EPA was playing much of an active role in. And so I apologize for misstating that earlier.
No, thank you for clearing that up. And so we have Tomaggio Anderson. You have your hand up if you would like to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, guys. I just want to make a couple questions and statement. With the tribal nations, we're not really working with the tribal nations at this point. We're working with the tribal EPA departments, working towards maybe ideas of consultation with tribal nations, so not tribal leaders at this point. And there's no compensation happening with the tribes. It's just brainstorming ideas at this point. I had a question of how arsenic plays, how arsenic will the chemical composition change or bond with global climate change, especially you talked about, the mine getting lower, drought, and, we all know, this air changes those compositions. And so now we have those existing problems coming aboard with global climate change. Sometimes we have high winds, those are dust. It could change. And so, I noticed you didn't talk too much about arsenic levels or within this presentation. The other is, we have proposed dredging that like in Lucerne, and then maybe in the future the Oaks Arm. And could you speak on that and any concerns you have around there, yeah, so yeah, that's all I got right now. Oh, and then also with the tribes, I know there is discussion about cooperative agreement also.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Tomaggio. You're correct that it has not been any sort of formal consultation or engagement with tribal nations per se. We're more so working with the environmental departments as well as any other members of those tribes who might care to participate. So thank you for that clarification. As far as no compensation, you hit at the end there. We are open to and have noted some funding opportunities through during our coffee chats, and that's something we're happy to engage with you on. They're are opportunities for some degree of compensation where it has a direct relationship to the Superfund site work. So happy to continue that conversation moving forward. As far as arsenic, arsenic is our principal human health risk driver, actually, for the soils part of the site. Our primary risk to public health, according to our human health risk assessment, the number one source of risk comes from mercury in fish, but the most significant source of risk for exposure to the soils at the mine site comes from arsenic. The mine does contribute arsenic to Clear Lake, but according to EPA's data, it's probably a minor contributor. The soils surrounding Clear Lake are naturally elevated in arsenic. That's a kind of a problem throughout the state of California, is naturally occurring arsenic. EPA is currently working on some materials, educational materials about how the public can reduce their exposure to arsenic, whether it's from site-related sources, for instance, for folks on the Elaminian colony, or just more broadly for folks who might be concerned about the possibility of naturally occurring arsenic on their property or in areas where they might work. And happy to, we'll share those with the public forum groups that we're working with once they're available. On your last point about dredging in Lucerne and the Oaks Arm, that was brought up to us in the our most recent one of these coffee chats, meetings with the tribes, and we really appreciate you bringing it forward. Lucerne is far enough away. Well, I should say we'll look into it. We need to take look into it. In particular, dredging in the Oaks Arm is something that we will really want to have a close look at and play a role in. We would want to make sure that there isn't the potential for that sort of a dredging project to suspend highly contaminated sediments and give them an opportunity to be distributed elsewhere in the lake where they could make the mercury problem worse. So we'll be engaged in, and we would really appreciate the Board of Supervisors' assistance to the extent that you're aware of any proposals for dredging in the Oaks Arm. It's also something that we are sort of putting our ear to the ground on now that it's been brought to our attention. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you. It looks like that's all the public input we have, so I'll bring it back to the board and close the public input. If there's any last comments. Not seeing any, and so I will once again thank you for this presentation. It was very helpful. Dialogue was very important to have, and it was good to get a lot of questions from the community and stakeholders. And Water Resources, thank you again for your work on this as well. So until the next time, we'll see you, and I'll be reaching out to you for some of those outreach opportunities as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, I'm going to take a short pause and see if we want to break here at 1 for lunch and finish at 2 or push forward, or how does everyone feel? I know that we have
what's left.
7 point.
My estimate would be that we have about an hour and a half of business
lunch
left, hour and a half to 2.
Right, and then we still have 2 consent agenda items too, right? Still, so
One.
Oh, one.
One
Okay,
left.
so we have 3 items left. Okay, and so with that, are you all amenable to lunch and then come back at, or would you rather push through?
Yep, for lunch.
Lunch.
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, and it looks like we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch, and we will see you at 2 o'clock. All right. There we go. All right, welcome back from our break. I'll go ahead and bring us back to order here and continue on with our next item on the agenda, which is our 7.2, consideration of presentation regarding department head identified opportunities to improve employee recruitment and retention, and B, consideration of recommended revisions to county personnel rules. And I will turn this over to CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to welcome Pam Sandbeck, our HR Director, and Diana. I want to welcome Pam Samek, our HR director, and also Diana Rico, our HR analyst, both here with us today. I'm going to present part of this item, and Pam and Diana will present the rest. So, as you recall, when you had your annual governance workshop on March 11th, at that time we were focused on the State of the County report, but we also advised that in preparing for that governance workshop, we had met with department heads about those issues and also about recruitment and retention of employees, because the stability of our workforce and closing the gap on the employee vacancy rate is really the key to accomplishing the vision of your board. And so we had a couple of collaborative meetings with department heads. They came up with a number of ideas and recommendations for some fairly simple policy changes that could be made, and it was their belief that these changes could make it easier to get staff on board and hopefully improve our retention rate as well. And so I want to start by thanking the department heads for their participation. Some of them were here earlier today. I see a couple, so appreciate those that are here. It's been a long day, so they may not have all been able to stay, but they were all involved in the process. And after they formulated their initial round of ideas and recommendations, we took those to the Class and Comp Committee and really kind of drilled down, and ultimately leading to the work of HR in the actual policy change recommendations that we have for your consideration today. So what the department heads told us at that time was, for applicants, in other words, for employment candidates, we needed to make policy change to improve candidate interview processes and to better calibrate the need for pre-employment physicals. There are a limited number of classes that require a full-on physical, and this delays hiring. It takes a while to get that scheduled and done. Department heads also told us that we needed to enhance our recruiting efforts, beginning with training on how to better use social media to broaden candidate pools. So in other words, use social media to reach candidates really where they are. Department heads also asked for skills testing for applicants to make sure people are proficient in tools like Microsoft Office, Excel, PowerPoint, etc., for the positions that require that. And for current employees, department has recommended a streamlined employee performance evaluation form and human resources training in a number of areas. And so, as I said, in the weeks since then, Pam and her staff have worked very diligently to prepare some changes for your consideration today that she'll present in just a moment. This is not an entire rewrite of the personnel rules, but we all acknowledge that they need more work. What today is about is really focusing on some quick fixes that the department heads indicated would really help move things along. So, Pam?
Good afternoon. I'm Pam Samek.
You just need to wait for Sam to turn you on.
There you go.
You need to put it pretty close to your mouth, Pam.
Okay.
Yeah, within
Good afternoon. Pam Samek, Director of Human Resources, and Diana Rico, Deputy Director of Human Resources. And in February, we sent out a recruitment survey trying to ascertain how departments felt about the recruiting process, what they knew about it, what they liked, what they didn't like. We got some interesting results. It's clear that our 18 pages of recruitment rules are quite confusing to them. So that would be one thing, and we will discuss some simplifications and modifications to those rules to allow the departments a little more flexibility. The other part is that it is clear that we need to create like a guide and some training and conduct training so they know what's possible, so they know the information that needs to go in NeoGov, also so we could get better data on time to hire, and the information we need, but they have to do part of the work and HR has to do part of the work. So going forward, we will be creating some NeoGov training and training the departments and the end users in the information we really need to collect to get some meaningful data. So in order to improve and streamline the recruitment rules, we looked at the language, which was fairly complex, And we tried to simplify it and tried to create a little more clarity where within the rules, sometimes they refer to 7 different sections within the rule, and you've got to flip through it. So we've tried, there's some redundancy, but we've tried to explain what each rule was and make it easier to understand. One of the biggest tools that the department has and that we're recommending that we change is we've got some great extra help employees. Currently, they're not allowed to apply for promotional only recruitment. This is a change that most departments requested. So we are requesting that now our extra help employees, who in some cases have been with us many years and we know their work ethic, we know their abilities, now they're able to apply for promotional only recruitments. We also added some additions and to disqualifications based on department head input, and in some cases you get the same applicants who will apply for every job opening, and although they may meet the minimum qualifications, the department is interviewing the same person 5, 6, 10 times. So if they've interviewed that person 2 times within 1 year and they made a determination that this person would not meet the department needs, now the department may ask for a disqualification based on having previously interviewed the candidate. If the applicant has applied to multiple positions and failed to show up, now the department head has the flexibility to request that this person just be removed from the list because they're taking up a spot, we're setting up a schedule, and on a regular basis they're not showing up. Qualified applicants who have previously quit a current county job with no notice walking off the job, the department head, if they apply for the same department, may request that person be removed from the eligibility list. Now, unranked, untested eligibility list will now include 15 candidates rather than 10. This gives the department more flexibility and eliminates the need to do a panel interview for under 15 applicants. This will greatly speed up the process because you don't have to convene a panel, find a panel. Sometimes convening a panel can add 3 weeks to the recruitment. Applicant testing, HR will be working with the departments to develop applicant testing as a part of the screening process where necessary. That way they know what skill sets the applicant truly has, and they're not extending the recruitment process in the interview process doing another test. Oral interviews, we're now going to include, which it's always been a part of it, but now they may do a phone interview, a phone screen as a part of the interview process, a Zoom meeting. We're just specifying multiple ways to conduct the interview process, that it doesn't have to be in person. With Zoom being such a wonderful tool, also you can get a pre-screen and do a pretty good phone interview and not have somebody come in to meet the department or the panel. This again gives the department more flexibility. HR will create NeoGov training. We will create an interview guide with interview questions that departments can use. Also assessment forms, which will help document the interview process and outline the next steps. So those are the main changes, other than some language, to the recruitment rules that we're recommending today. We also took a look at all of the jobs, and I looked at 15 years worth of workers' comp data and made a recommendation to change 50 positions from physicals to medical questionnaire only, which will also help streamline, because oftentimes because of the lack of ability of getting physicals, sometimes that can add a month to the process, to the recruitment process. So In looking at that data, we looked at the position, how physical it is, and then what type of injuries happened with that position to identify if there are things that would be caught in a pre-employment physical. We believe that the questionnaire answers most of those questions, and in attachment B, thank you, we made the recommendations to switch those to questionnaire only. In addition, we streamlined the evaluation form, met with the department heads. They really liked the new format. This should help reduce the number of late evals, make it easier to document the evaluation process, and helps each of the departments and the employee going forward. That is the end of my recommendations. Do you have questions?
Vice Chair?
I don't have a question, but they seems like really easy fixes that will save a lot of time. So I just really appreciate the work that's been done on this, and I look forward to seeing how fast we can, have these new employees move through the process.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for this. I think it's good for us to review these things, especially as we are looking to reduce our vacancies. We want to make sure that the process is as efficient and as least burdensome as possible, both for the applicant and also the hiring department. Went through this with a fine-tooth comb. I did send a lot of stuff over to Ms. Samick as well as CAO Hutchinson. I wanted to read at least a few of those because some of them is just typographical errors, and I'm not going to go over that. There was a lot of places where I was a little concerned on the, what's the right term to use? On the capability of the Human Resources Director to take actions for what I believe should be the hiring department, such as on Section 505, on number 2, and Section 505 is regarding, 505 is on page 5 of the document, on number 2. It says, for any recruitment, Human Resources may direct that a recruitment be closed prior to the announced closing date. Human Resources shall not close a recruitment until the recruitment has been open for a minimum of 5 days. In my opinion, that should be the hiring department that makes that decision to close a recruitment, not necessarily a Human Resources Director. And obviously there needs to be communication and things like that, but it just seems like that gives just the power to Human Resources. And in my opinion, I see Human Resources as a resource for the hiring department in order to obtain the staffing that they need, and that should be a decision coming from the department that requested the hiring process in the first place. And there was
Let me share.
Yeah, before you go on, could we respond to that one?
Yes. So actually, that rule came into place in 2018, and back in that day, we used to get a lot of applicants. We could have 60 applicants for an office assistant job, and so that rule came into place so that if we got a number of applicants, say in that case like 50, the HR department would consult the hiring department and say, we have enough qualified applicants, we'd like to close the recruitment and begin the selection process. So it didn't come like out of HR just randomly decided to close a recruitment. It's always at the behest of the department, or because we feel like we have enough qualified applicants and we can begin the selection process to limit the amount of time for the recruitment. And I can tell you, I've now been here 3 years. I've never closed a recruitment to date.
Right, and I understand that, and you said you always at the behest of the hiring department, and so if it's always, then why not put that in the language? And there's also no, if we reach a certain amount, there's no qualifying statement of if we have 60, which good God, that's a lot of.
That'd be glorious.
That's a lot of processing of paperwork and sitting down for potential interviews. I get that we don't want to just be interviewing all day, every day for 365 days a year just to find the one person.
At that stage of the process, though, the hiring department wouldn't know how many applications have been received because HR is the department that tends what is coming into NeoGov and then takes those applications and screens them to determine if applicants are qualified and should be placed on a hiring list. So the hiring department wouldn't know if that scenario had occurred until HR contacted them and said, hey, we've got 60 applications, is that enough? Shall we close it?
And I get that, but my opinion still stands that if you're getting that communication to the hiring department, I feel the hiring department should be the final say to say, yes, let's go ahead and close this down, since they're the one that asked in the first place to fly it.
We could certainly add that as a clarifier to the language to make it more clear.
Yeah, and I would be perfectly fine with that too. On section 504, just to back up a little bit, the recruitment posting, it says let me read it specifically. If the department is choosing to include.
Supplemental question. Testing.
It just doesn't say something. Not all standard. In my opinion, if I asked you as a director to fly a position, I would expect that it goes through the standard process of posting. But I know that there are special positions that might require special type of posting. And to me, there should be like somewhere in there that says any special request should be submitted to the Human Resources Director. At that point, you would be able to make the decision.
Actually, that's done in the NeoGov process. So the department opens the requisition and gives us instructions on where to post. So it doesn't get open until they select that as a part of the requisition process. It's not in the recruitment rules, but it's in the NeoGov process.
Okay. Another place, just to move on section 603, minimum qualification appeals, it says that you have 5 calendar days to appeal. Before that, I was reading through the red line stuff, it used to be 10 calendar days. And further on in the document, it says 5 working days. And one of the reasons that it was that was crossed off was if it happens to fall on a holiday, then they'll extend it. Here, there's no extensions, there's no nothing, and it's 5 calendar days. I know we have our holiday break that we have during winter. That could potentially be those 5 calendar days. We're not there to respond. Somebody could submit something. I would love to see it just say working days again, just to make sure that we're there to process and we're there to respond rather than 5 calendar days.
Sure, and if during the holiday period, we kind of build that into the posting so that we would be available. And the reason we lessened that time was, again, to lessen the recruitment, because you can't move through the process till the appeal process is ended. And so in trying to streamline the process, that was one of the ways that they did that. But if I got an appeal on Sunday, I would look at it on Monday. We're fairly flexible with that.
I think this point should be deferred to the Class and Comp Committee, though, because this has the potential to slow down recruitment if we extend that appeal period. And so...
And just to let you know, on section 606 is another appeal for the selection process, and it says 5 working days. And I was just trying to make it consistent with our other processes of appeals.
Yeah.
So that's why I was bringing it up, especially with seeing what was crossed out from before versus the change. And I think that before it was very cognizant of calendar days, not always working with the type of holidays that we have and the type of days off that we have seen. And maybe before we were thinking more along the lines of we don't work on Friday, and maybe now it's different. But that was definitely something that came up. Then there's one whole part to this that I don't see Board of Supervisor interview process or director process to recruit directors. It talks about all of the ways to go through the interviews and everything, but there's nothing that seems specific to what we do here. I'm wondering if that's completely separate from this or not.
It's not separate, but you are considered a department head for hiring purposes. So that's why it also states that you're unable to sit on an interview panel. And that is one other rule that I forgot to mention is that with department head, some of them have asked to be able to sit on a panel, not to score, but sit because they want to hear all the interviews. So that is another area that we added that flexibility back in for them. So for the board and the recent recruitments, you are not doing a panel interview. You are basically seeing all qualified applicants. So
We've done it both ways over the years with the board, Pam. Certainly with the public health officer and the recruitment that went on and on. We started with a panel screening applicants, but as we move forward, the candidate pools were smaller, so we just brought them all to you. So if we had a lot of candidates, I think the board would want the panel reinstituted. That's been past practice.
Ms. Grant?
I would just say that your board can do it any way you want to, but I mean that quite literally, as long as you stay within the bounds of the law. You might not want a policy dictate in that case because it's up to you whether you want to begin with a panel or you want the interviews to come directly to you. And I would think as a board and given the constraints on recruitments, et cetera, that you might want to keep that flexibility in the future. But that's up to you if you prefer to have it institutionalized as a policy document. You can certainly do that too.
Okay. And then two more quick comments. And the only reason I brought it up is because I saw that it said, except for a board of supervisor, and maybe I wasn't thinking the difference between panel and actual interview. So I was trying to figure out where do we fit in. On 503.2, we took out an entire section that says promotional only recruitment shall not be used if there is only one qualified potential applicant in county service. I'm a little nervous about that for the fact that that is something that I think the public constantly wants us to refrain from even the perception of looking like we're setting somebody specifically up to get into a position rather than actually allowing it to be competitive. So I would like for that to be back just for that caution and cover.
And on that point, that's a point that I think is fairly important to the departments. I would really love to bring back to the Class and Comp Committee to discuss their recommendation on that, because having the ability to promote, I mean, I think is very important, and not wait till there's multiple candidates. If you have an excellent candidate, not that you're trying to stop other people, but I believe that flexibility is important and something I would definitely like to discuss with the Class and Comp Committee.
And then,
just from a legal perspective, I would say that might be fine as long as you have objective criteria. That would solve some of your concerns in terms of subjectivity, but it would also make it clear that it's not just, oh, there's nobody else out there, so I'm going with so-and-so, because it's 1,000 employees.
Well, again, they have to apply and meet the minimum qualifications. So they're meeting our minimum qualification standards. So you cannot, besides the board may appoint, but you cannot promote somebody that doesn't meet those minimum qualifications.
correct. And then just two more things. One of them I was very confused about. For the promotional only recruitments, it says these are the categories that you must meet, be employed in a permanent or extra help county position. That makes perfect sense, but this one was slightly confusing. Be eligible for a reemployment list for another position due to layoff. I take it layoff means due to unfortunate circumstances of not being able to budget for somebody to be in a position, and that we would have loved to keep them, so it's not like they were asked to resign. I kind of wanted to check in right here, because that's promotional within, but yet they're not there anymore. So I just kind of wanted to.
That just says if we have a layoff list and we do a promotional only, and that person would qualify, that we would need to notify them and allow them to interview for that job.
Okay.
As long as they meet the minimum qualifications, they're on an eligibility list for 1 year after the date of layoff.
Okay, and from what I believe, promotional is just as public as those positions that are flown in the open public as well. You could see that on our website when it says that. So
Yes.
therefore, if somebody has been laid off, they can go ahead and see that those things are available.
And HR would look at that list and probably send a notification saying there's a job that you might be eligible for, and allow them to apply. We haven't had a layoff list, thank goodness. So we haven't had that come up in my tenure.
Right. And then my last thing is about the evaluation form. I appreciate it. I also know that it's going to be a interactive to a certain degree, PDF, or they can print it out and do it on paper. At one point, it would be really nice, something as simple as a Google form where it actually keeps track of these things, so we can actually get data of just an idea of how things are going as a whole, not to, I mean, I guess a department head would want to see the specifics, but it's nice to be able to carry over some data and see how are things going in each department, and I'm not asking the right questions, but it's data collection that if it's just on paper, it doesn't really translate into data. It just translates in, you finished the paperwork. And it would be nice if we can use something that's available to us where it can collect that data, or we could do that in the future.
I think that's a future dated project, but we do actually input the review score in the HRIS system so that the review is done and they meet, exceed, needs improvement. If it's a needs improvement, then they must give the employee 90 days to get their performance up to standards. So we do collect some level of data, but I could only run it to the degree that our current system allows me to, which is not the best system.
No, it's definitely limited. And my last part is on the evaluation, it does not state whether you're working in the office or working remotely or kind of a hybrid. And I think that's an important tag for us to learn as we continue to use remote work, to understand, are people working from home doing a better job of keeping up with what they're expected to do by their directors, or are we seeing that things are kind of falling down as we do the remote work? I just think it would be a useful data point to collect.
And we do, within the HRIS system currently, we can select yes, they are a remote worker or no, but we don't have the capacity to say it's 1 day, 5 days, 2 days, permanent. So you could add, oh, sorry, scared myself. You could add that to a report to collect that data. Again, we're a little limited on the reporting side of things, but yes, we could collect that data.
That's it.
Any other comments from the board members?
Appreciate the work being done, obviously. Getting our vacancies filled is something very important. I know the hard work that's been done to get to this point is greatly appreciated. I know Supervisor Sabatier had about 5 or 6 things that were suggested. I thought I heard, Pam, as we move forward in this conversation, that there were a couple, at least the first one, I think you're amenable to changing some language. You guys can help me go to each section, come here as 502 or 503, whatever it is. But what I would like to do from my point of view, I think some of the changes being suggested, I think 2 of them you were like, yeah, we could be amenable to. Instead of going back to the class and cup, I'm ready to move forward with some of the suggestions at this point and keep this process moving forward. So Those are my thoughts on it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I appreciate the work. And we know that there will be more work like this coming down the pipe. But anything we can do to help support our directors to streamline this opportunity for them, I think we just need to take every chance we can. And it's not going to be perfect. But I think Supervisor Sabatier made some good suggestions that maybe we could change today, but continue moving on with this process and hopefully approve this today. So those are, I guess when we make the motion, that's what we'll be thinking about. I'd rather not have it not go back to the class comp committee. I'd rather move forward with something today.
Well, we're hoping to do both, quite honestly, is move forward with something today and then go back and have a few discussion points with the class and comp committee, but not hold up what's recommended for today. But we could definitely walk through the suggested changes and tell you which ones we think could change now versus the ones we would take to committee. So we get some action today and can implement some things immediately. And I see at least one or two department heads. I don't know if they wanted to comment on this. They were all a part of the discussion that led us to this point.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, go ahead, Todd.
Yes, thank you. Todd Metcalf, Director of Behavioral Services. I was involved in these discussions and conversations, and I do want to thank Human Resources for all of this work and how I can already see it's helping streamline things and especially helping speed up the recruitment process. So I support everything that's been said today. I appreciate the board members' comments, and I fully support moving all of this forward because it's just been amazing. My managers and supervisors are especially thankful for the streamlined performance evaluation form template, which I too really like. So I just want to thank the work at Human Resources in trying to move a lot of this forward. I've been now with the county for 10 years, and I truly appreciate these changes, these positive changes. So thank you, Human Resources.
Thank you, Todd. Are there any other directors that have any insight? Not seeing any.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe we could just run through the list of Supervisor Sabatier's.
I had one. I just wanted to.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. My only thing was, so I was looking at when it came to taking, having an applicant apply so many times so they become to a point where they're not really accepted for application any longer. There's a specific situation with a situation in code enforcement, and I think Carol knows who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about, where the gentleman, during the time frame, we were having a hard time recruiting and keeping anybody for code enforcement. This person apparently didn't have any qualifications when it came to the code factor to it. However, in some instances, that's I don't know how that would even work out. I mean, they would have to either, probably get their own education or however, but is there a path forward for like 900 hours or part-time to get that initial, because there's some candidates that could do the work, and once they get that experience, and then they can be promoted or even put in the position, because this person in a couple other situations as well had the opportunity to be chosen third in line because the other two are not allowed. So at one time could have been hired, but then now is excluded, and you probably had possibly a good candidate. I know not all of them are, but some of them will be, and so, yeah.
Well, I think extra help also have to meet minimum qualifications to apply for the job. So what we would have to do if there was a circumstance is to create a training position, which would allow them to gain that experience. There's also some rules in which we could open the recruitment in a certain way to allow you to gain up to 1 year of experience on the job. So there are ways to look at that if the department wants to work with HR. We also suggest that when we're looking at the candidate pool, but you've got to advertise that up front.
Okay.
That you're allowing for that training. And I think, that's why some of our minimum qualifications have been reduced, is because we had some limited applicant pools, and it allows people to get training on the job.
Right. Well, and I only say that because when we were in the specific situation, we weren't getting anybody hired. It was a very difficult thing. We had a lot of people in different town halls that were like, we don't have code enforcement officers, this and that. Of course, so I do like what you stated, rather than having it avoid or circumvent or anything like that, have a training position situation or something like that. That's something we could probably look at in the future, but I needed to highlight that because at one time, the person was possibly going to be hired, so.
Well, I think we have to put our heads together and work around a situation like that, and communication is just key in developing that.
All right. Ms. Grant, did you put your, no. I thought I heard the thing go click.
Sorry, that was
really loud.
I do, I don't know why. It's not aggression, I'm not an aggressive person. The only thing I was going to say is when you're talking about somebody who doesn't meet the minimum qualifications for a position, they're not eligible for the interview, obviously. So if you're talking about developing a new training position, that would legally afford you a solution.
Right, and the training assignment allows somebody who is not fully qualified to serve in a training capacity for 12 months while they attain those qualifications. It's a rule we added a couple of years ago. It's not widely used. I used it at DSS over the years because it was a rule that was in the lapse manual, but what's not in county personnel rules. We also had additional rules that DSS was subject to under the State Personnel Board. I had some success with that rule over the years. In fact, a lot of success where I had a real critical need and nobody with quite the right qualifications. So we brought them in a training capacity and they succeeded. So we'd like to encourage departments to consider the use of that rule.
Thank you, that helps for what I was talking about. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. You mentioned to do more on social media. Are we capturing where candidates come from and what brought them to us? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because I just wasn't sure how successful social media is for the recruiting of positions. It's definitely a good place to put out information, but I wasn't certain as to what level of...
It's provided they actually enter that information on their application, but many do. And so we do track that because we're trying some new things and we want to know what's driving candidates to us.
I'm glad we're tracking that.
I seen Todd had his hand up. Director Metcalf?
I did, and Carol already covered it. You know, when she and I were at DSS, the whole training position thing, I also utilized it a time or two, and it's extremely effective in order to fill positions that are either difficult to fill or we don't get folks applying. And so I just kind of wanted to reinforce what Carol said because it does work. It really does work.
Thank you, Director Metcalf. Are there any other questions from the board, or we'll open it up to public input? If there's anyone on Zoom, because I'm not seeing anyone in the chambers. Not seeing anybody, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, could we run down the revisions so you would know what that action would be?
Let's go through those.
Well, first of all, with respect to the evaluation form, that is not a form that is a part of the board's approval process. We were just sharing it with you because we're excited and it's a byproduct of this effort. But from my view, it'd be very easy, and in fact, a good point the supervisor's making, to put a checkbox on there about whether they are remote or in person, however you want to state that, Pam. And then there are some typographical errors. Those, just words that are missing or not quite right here. All of those should be relatively easy fixes and a cleanup, right, Pam? Unfortunately, I can't see the strikeout version. So for whatever reason, I think when it was made into a PDF, it didn't transfer over. Could you see the strikeout version?
Yeah, I requested the red line version specifically.
So Pam, do you have a paper version of it so we could kind of talk it through? So look at section 503, which is on page 4 of the new policy. And Supervisor, would you help me? It says, in quotes, it says or/or, right? It should probably be and/or?
And/or.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so that will make that fix?
Yep.
Next section, 503.1B, which is about the closing of recruitments and the recommendation that the hiring departments be allowed to make that call. We'd like to take that one to class and comp, please. The next one, 503.2, this is the one about promotional-only recruitment and a single applicant. We'd also like to take that one to class and comp. Section 504, to allow hiring departments to state where they can post recruitments. As Pam explained, they already state that when they request the recruitment in NeoGov, so I think we've got that one covered. Section 505, number 2 there, states that the HR director has the ability to close a recruitment prior to the 5 days. I think this is this related to the other one?
This is the same request of, that it should be the hiring department.
And so for
even
that
said-
one, again, class and comp, please. Section 602.3BI should say that then the job description's requirements shall apply instead of deadline shall apply. Is that just a typo, Pam?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we'll fix that. Section 603.5 should be 5 working days. And we talked about taking that to class and comp, but I think the bigger point is that in some places it says working days, and some places it says calendar days. Do you want to take that one to class and comp, Pam, or do you want to just make a call?
I think we can make that 5 working days, and then we don't have to build recruitments around holiday and things of that nature.
Great. Section 703.2, active Board of Supervisors members may not serve on a panel.
We can ignore that one.
Yeah, okay. Either 7.3 needs to reorganize the list, or we need to change to 703.1 and .2. It just doesn't read quite well. Pam, what are you seeing there?
That's just a cleanup.
Yeah.
We'll clean that up.
Okay. And last one, I think, second paragraph of 802, there's the word "the" is said twice, right?
Yeah, they're receiving the list.
We'll update that.
And can I just add something? Sorry. For 503.1B, where it states may be closed at any time, this is specific to continuous recruitment. So the continuous recruitment, if there's only one vacancy and the department has already decided on an applicant to hire, and they've gone through background and medical, HR would there wouldn't be an additional vacancy for an additional applicant or employee. So I believe we can keep it as HR can decide to close because it's specific for a continuous recruitment only.
If it's possible to say if all vacancies filled, because right now it just says open until filled, do not have a closing date, it may be closed at any time, but it doesn't specify. And again, it's to make sure that we're working directly with our hiring department so that we don't accidentally stumble their efforts by closing something down early, which again, I'm assuming that doesn't happen, but I know it does because I've experienced HR in different places, and it's accidents that happen. If we have it on paper that's what needs to happen, then it.
But won't that limit their ability if something else were to happen and maybe that position is no longer needed? They wouldn't be able to close it because it hasn't been filled? It just almost seems better to leave it more open where they have that ability to close it.
But to me, the hiring department can do that anytime. And I'm asking HR to help me hire somebody, HR closes it, and I say, I didn't want you to close it. I feel there needs to be, that, in my opinion, if it's full and there's no vacancies, absolutely, that makes perfect sense to close it. But if it's not full and there's still vacancies, in my opinion, it requires communication with the hiring department to make sure, is this what you want for us to close this? Because I don't want to close something that you still want us to remain open. That's all I'm trying to make sure is the original request comes from the hiring department. If you're going to change their request, it's just kindness to ask that hiring department, should we change the status of this rather than we're going to change it because it feels like that's what we should do.
So, yeah, and I heard that, and I thought when we went through it the first time, Pam, I thought maybe we could just add some language in there that just clarifies exactly what Supervisor Sabatier is saying, that before you close it, you're communicating with the department. And I don't know where to put that language in there, but it could be written in there, I think, in that manner, because I think what you really brought to the table was, hey, this just says HR can do it, and it doesn't say you're going to communicate with anybody before you make that decision. And I think what we want is to make sure that that's written in that section, which I agree with, that you've conferred with the department that's doing the hiring, and we've agreed that we're going to close it down. So I understand both sides. I don't think it limits human resources to say, hey, we got to close this, so I got to get a hold of the department, you know what I mean, so we can help them. So hopefully.
Also, if there's a mistake, generally, I mean, HR goes through a process of verifying that it's an allocated and funded position before we open it, but say it did squeak through due to an error, it gives us the ability to close it if it's not something that should be posted. Also, if things age out, and the department doesn't go back and close out their recruitments, it gives HR the ability to close out and get things off, because that also skews our time to hire.
Ms. Grant, did you have something to?
I was just going to say, you could just add maybe closed at any time upon concurrence of the appointing department.
Yeah.
And then you're done. As
the
far as
hiring
the first example where where the recruitment isn't eligible for recruitment, you don't need this for that. It can't be open, so it can be closed, and HR can certainly do it. So you won't need the language for that. But that would be just a quick legal fix.
That's Vice Supervisor Sabatier. I think that's a fix right there.
I'm not looking to create a whole step. I just think it's to ensure that there's communication, because I've experienced enough different types of HRs that sometimes those things do happen. And if we can set it in our policy, then maybe we can reduce that potential of those times happening. But I understand the reasons of HR wanting to say, hey, we need to close this. So I don't think that precludes you from doing that, just making sure that we have that communication, which I think happens anyways.
All right. I think it looks like we're ready for action.
Okay, so then that one would state HR may close it with the concurrence of the hiring department. So a few things to take to the Class and Comp Committee, and the rest for approval today.
All right.
And I appreciated the document because I was not aware of every little bit of detail of that document. You only know what you know. And so seeing, more of these things, I had the same kind of reflection on the data that we received from behavioral health this morning. Seeing more and better understanding is very useful, and I appreciate the review of the document as well as being able to go through the document. So thank you so much.
So just clarification on the motions as we move forward here. Carol, you stated that the interview process, let's see, approve changes, policy, applicant interview process, the evaluation isn't part of it, all right. So I just want to make sure. We're going to do 3 motions?
Let me go back to that, Supervisor. Let's see.
It says approve changes to county policies surrounding applicant interview processes. And then the next is...
Well, what we have actually is a number of rule numbers that we are changing, so we probably need to change the action to the actual rules that we're talking about. So, Anita, unless you disagree with me, that's what I think we should do.
Is that the 100, 400, 800?
Yes. Or perhaps just approve changes to the personnel rules as
presented and as consensus was reached by the board.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you for these updates, and thank you for your hard work. All right.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Diana.
So we'll move on to our 7.3, discussion of interest apportionment with the treasurer tax collector, and B, update on the status of the tax sale. And so with that, I will...
And so, Matthew, it looks like we have the treasurer tax collector in as a participant. Can you bring her on in?
Yes, I just offered promotion.
And Liz Martinez, her assistant, is here as well.
All right. Supervisor Sabatier.
We had discussed a similar topic about, I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months ago. and had stated that I wanted us to check in. Typically, by the 15th day after a quarter is over, we anticipate that deposits have been made and that our partners in our investment group are receiving their apportionment. Last time that we were here, quarter 4 from 2020 and 2021 had not been completed. Quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 21-22 had not been completed. And I wanted to get an update. Right now, we're looking at those same 3 and also quarter 3 of 21-22, and was hoping to get an update on that from the tax collector's office.
All right. There she goes. All right.
Hi, good afternoon. So we do have an update for you. The 2021 fourth quarter was completed and those reports were submitted to the auditor on March the 10th. The 21-22 first quarter, the apportionment reports were processed on March 17th. In reviewing those reports, there was a significant data entry that was discovered. And due to our legacy system, the problem was not easy to correct, and we had to get assistance from IT to correct. So the process was complicated and lengthy. IT had to do quite a bit of research in order to, prior to actually even for us to make the correction. So on Friday, we did get an update that the correction has been completed. So I'm going to do a test apportionment report today, and then once that is clear, good to go, then I'll be submitting the reports to the auditor, most likely by the end of this week. The 21-22 second quarter, so right now staff is verifying that the second quarter data is correct, and then once that verification is done, they'll be moving forward and closing the second quarter, and that would take approximately a couple weeks once that data is verified to make sure it's correct. So that is those 3 quarters there. And then the quarter that we're just ended now, hopefully once we have to complete obviously the other quarters first, and hopefully there won't be a delay in processing that quarter.
And I appreciate the update on that, and happy to hear that quarter 4 was accomplished and completed. And curious as to what you said 2 weeks after things would be completed or by the end of the week, you should be done with quarter 1, and hopefully in 2 weeks after the review for quarter 2. Can you give us an approximate date of when you think that will all get accomplished?
Probably, well, once they finish, the staff has to enter the data for, I believe, November and December and close. It usually takes them, if they can dedicate 100% of their time, it usually takes a couple weeks for that process to occur. So I don't see it going much past 2 weeks. Liz, do you have anything to add to that as far as any delays that might come up, or you think 2 weeks will be?
I think 2 weeks will be good. Actually, the data for November and December are in the system. It's just closing those 2 months, and then we can close the quarter. Yeah.
Okay. And then afterwards, hopefully there won't be any issues with the quarter 3. And do you think that maybe another couple weeks after quarter 2 is over, that would be possible to close quarter 3? And the reason I asked the questions is I think that we needed to overhaul our investment policy, overall our investment contract, and we have done those things. And so the reason I want these conversations to happen is to ensure that we're progressing towards getting back to as close to the initial timeline that is agreed upon, which is 15 days after the quarter is over, so that our investment partners now under this new investment policy can also see a little bit more of a normal schedule of things. And just kind of curious if that could be the case as well, just another 2 weeks after that for that third quarter.
I think it would probably be closer to 3, only because that data entry for the next quarter hasn't been input yet. But we can definitely, we may be able to pull another employee from another division to help with that data entry. And we can try to shoot for 2 weeks after that.
Okay, so we're looking at approximately 5 weeks or potentially less.
Correct.
Okay. I think it's progress. I'm not looking, it would be awesome if we could be completely caught up, but I'm looking for that progress meter to move forward, and I think it is. And hopefully we can get to the point where our partners can feel much more comfortable with the situation as well. So I appreciate it. Appreciate the update.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Grant.
I'm just wondering.
Bless you.
Thank you.
In the memo where it says second quarter fiscal year 21-22 due January 15, 2021, should that be 2022?
Yes. Little typo there. And I appreciate CAO Hutchinson automatically putting this on the agenda. I had not written out the memo, so appreciate you and your staff making sure that that's there.
I think Johanna is actually the one that was tracking it, so thank you, Johanna. But this is also an opportunity to receive an update on the tax sale that's just underway, if you'd like to.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the tax sale is scheduled for May 27th to June 1st. Your board approved the sale of 943 parcels. To date, 43 of those parcels have been redeemed. The taxes have been paid. The delinquent secured tax collection was in the amount of approximately $436,000. We would also like to remind taxpayers the last day to pay the delinquent taxes to remove the property from the tax sale is Thursday, May 26th at 5 p.m. And then the taxes must be paid in secured funds, cash, or cashier's checks. On April 12th, our office mailed approximately 4,000 certified interested party notices. I would really like to take a moment right now to commend the department staff for all coming together and meeting that deadline. Our bid for assets storefront should be available to the public for viewing the first week of May 2nd. The bidder registration deadline is Monday, May 23rd. The auction will start at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Friday, May 27th, and then will close on Wednesday, June the 1st. The closing times will vary depending on the parcel number, if it's in the beginning or the end. And then the parcel list we do maintain at our website at tax.lakecountyca.gov. And we do update that minimum right now weekly. But as it gets closer to the sale for parcels that are being withdrawn, it will be most likely daily at that point. And then we'll have a final sale list posted after 5 o'clock.
Any other questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
I do have a question. I'm glad that some people are redeeming their properties. As we started in this new process of having annual tax auctions, that was our intention, was to make people accountable for and take responsibility for their own properties. And if they can't, then we're seeing that we're on back taxes or have back liens, that at that point they would get auctioned off. I'm curious about I know that all the letters went out to all those that have interest in the property, and interest meaning financial interest already within the property. Is there, I know I emailed you a while ago, and I know you have a busy department with other things. Is it possible, I know we have a tax default GIS, would it be possible to add a layer and have the tax auction properties highlighted in a different color? I know that I worked with, your staff member, Mr. Sullivan, worked with IT, and just kind of curious, since we already have a tax default GIS, if it would be a difficult task to add one layer of properties. I think I've used GIS. It's a simple Excel spreadsheet that you can add, and boom, the layer pops up with the parcels already there. I just think it would be a good way to advertise, to make sure people know which properties are available. I want to make sure we get as many of these sold if they make it all the way to the auction.
Okay. Sure, I could reach out to Patrick and talk about that. And then also IT, because we want to make sure that list of parcels is updated on a regular basis to remove them possibly from the sale when they're redeemed. I don't know how difficult that process would be. I wouldn't want to leave a parcel out there that has already been removed from the sale. So, but sure, I can reach out to Patrick and discuss that, absolutely.
And I don't think it would actually require that much, because we probably still have properties that show their tax defaulted when maybe they've been paid up, because it's only a point in time that list is created. And I believe it does say on there that, check in for actual accuracy, that this is just a point in time. So hopefully that can help out as well.
Okay.
All right. I'll go ahead and open it up for the public, see if there's anyone on Zoom that has any questions. All right, bring it back to the board. And I think that was just discussion and direction, right? So thank you very much for coming and giving us this update and discussion on this item. And we appreciate your work and look forward to that sale, of course, and see what we can get going from there. Appreciate your work. Thank you, Liz. And Barbara.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, let's move to, what is it, 5.5? 5.5, yeah, okay, 5.5, sorry. Approved memorandum of understanding between the County of Lake and Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation for the No Place Like Home Permanent Supportive Housing Project on Collier Avenue in Nice, and authorize the board chair to sign. And Supervisor Sabatier, or I think this is Director Metcalf's document. However, Supervisor Sabatier, you had questions.
Yeah, so the reason I pulled this, and I had a conversation with CAO Hutchinson, and I believe also, I think I had a conversation with Ms. Grant, that because this came, the final agreement that we finally went through last week on Tuesday came to us from the Oversight Board. I was questioning, are we supposed to wait for the Oversight Board to approve what we already committed to last Tuesday before we start approving other agreements? And I believe that there might be a need for a conditional approval for today, and want to make sure and leave time for CAO Hutchinson or Ms. Grant to present that as well.
So the recommendation would be that your board consider approving this, and I kept a note on it, and what did I do with my note is a good question. Anyway, the intent would be that your board approve this conditioned upon the action of the RDA Oversight Board.
Ms. Grant?
I would just adjust it conditioned upon the acceptance of the Lake County Oversight Board.
All right.
Which means then, just so for the public's understanding, and I realize your board already knows, that your approval is conditioned, so upon the happening of that condition, this agreement is fully and finally approved, and it won't require it coming back to you.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so Supervisor Sabatier?
And since Director Metcalf is here, I did have some questions. What is the process for this project? It needs to go through the Planning Commission. It needs to go through some CEQA review. I don't know where this project stands in the fact that it does have a lot of No Place Like Home units, which will require behavioral health services be available, and there's a list of services that will be provided. And I know that most housing development, not most, but some housing developments do not require CEQA, and some do, depending on the size and depends on the disturbance. But for this type of project, it's not a facility, it's a housing project, but it will have a sort of facility feel to it in the sense that behavioral health services are available. Just kind of curious what the process will be and when public input will be requested, because it doesn't have all the details in the agreement that we have in front of us, other than it will have units for No Place Like Home and such and such.
Oh, I'm so grateful to see Susan Parker here, because I'm not as well versed in this language as I could or should be. I know Ryan LaRue from RCHDC was planning to be here in this meeting today, but I don't know if he's present. From what I understand, that the CEQA process is necessary to move this thing forward, but and Susan is nodding. So, okay, yes. I do understand that.
Ms. Parker?
Thank you, Susan.
Yes, and I can't speak to great detail, but it is going through the review process, both in plan review and environmental. But I cannot speak to the where it stands. And I just saw Ryan come on. He may be more attuned to the most recent actions by CDD.
Right.
Good, I'm glad he could make it, because this is not, I don't speak this language very well.
Ryan, if you'd like to unmute.
Yes, hello, Chair. I'm sorry, I missed the question regarding CDD. Susan?
The question was, where is this project in the process of review, and when will there be an allowance for public comment?
My understanding is that the project is zoned appropriately, so there is no public comment as far as zoning and use permitting. It's a by right development, so that's not a factor.
Okay. Then I'm wondering if we can get the details of what exactly is the No Place Like Home units versus the low-income units. I know at one point we were told it was 50%. I believe it might be more, but it doesn't have the numbers specified there. And just very curious about the specifics of the project.
Yes, so I can speak to that. Thank you. 49% of the units are designated for No Place Like Home, rounds up to about 50%. And so those will be clients of behavioral health, Todd's department, and referred through his department. The remaining units will be general low income with, actually there will be an additional 10 units set aside for individuals referred through the Developmental Services Department or Redwood Coast Regional Center. And then the remaining units will be general low income.
And how many units?
40.
40 total, so about 19 of those for No Place Like Home, 10 of them for Redwood Community Services, and the rest for low income?
Apologies for my background noise. I'm at home and everyone in my house is sick.
Sorry about that.
So I'm going to repeat my question. I don't know if it was heard. If there's 40 units, are you saying that approximately 19 are for No Place Like Home, 10 are for Redwood Community Services, and the rest are for low income?
That is correct,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for those numbers.
Thank you.
The only thing I would suggest is, and you can certainly move forward with the memorandum today with the conditional approval. With regard to environmental review, I'd recommend that your board get a write-up from community development on that, because just being in the right zoning is not necessarily the end of
Right.
the discussion here, because you're talking about a change of use.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the Zoom room that has any comments? All right, not seeing any hands. I'll close public input, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve MOU, Memo of Understanding between the County of Lake and the Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation for the No Place Like Home Permanent Supportive Housing Project on Collier Avenue in Nice, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
Was I supposed to make an amendment?
The conditional approval.
Oh, the conditional, oh yeah, that's right, the conditional approval.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you again for your help on this, and we will go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Susan. And thank you, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we are at, let's see, is there another 5, or are we?
I think we're done with the
I think we're done.
All right, calendars. So Supervisor Sabatier.
So I will be heading to Sacramento tomorrow and Thursday for some CSAC conferences, well, not conferences, but meetings. I've decided to jump in with both feet this year. Tomorrow I'm going to take part of the CalAIM workshop, which I think there's another topic, CalAIM and county budgets. Basically, it's that holistic Medi-Cal program that Director Metcalf was discussing earlier today, and how it will be impacting our budgets and just what the program is. I think it's good information to know, since we have a lot of our population and our community members that need those types of services. Then I will be I've joined the Administration of Justice Committee for CSAC. As we know, the pendulum has swung in the state of California to reduce not just convictions, but consequences for crimes in California. And so I took interest because of some of the things that we're seeing here, and knowing that the pendulum is about to start swinging the other way, and wanting to be a part of that conversation. So I'll be bringing back information to you all from that meeting. The following day, it looks like I'm starting my day off with an IFT-only meeting. Haven't received anything other than we're having that meeting, and there seems to be attachments to that, so I'll have to prepare. But I might be doing that while in transit to go back to Sacramento, as I've also joined the Ag Committee, since Ag is important to our community and wanting to understand what the state is looking at doing. And I'm sure that we will be discussing drought measures that are happening here. And then later on at 1 o'clock, the CSAC board meeting will be happening as well. And there's an economic development meeting that's happening later on that day as well. I'll probably be doing that from afar. And then if I get back home in time, Clear Lake City Council meeting. I have a meeting set for Friday to meet with Assemblywoman Aguiar Curry, just to discuss a number of topics. And then I will be joining Woodland Community College for their Earth Day festivities happening on the 22nd at 2 p.m. And I do have to remind people that the city of Clear Lake did start having their farmers market on Saturday, starting at 4:30 p.m. And that's a wonderful new addition, so please make sure to go to Redbud Park at 4:30 p.m. on Saturdays for those. On Monday, I kind of crossed paths with them last week with Mr. Sullivan. UC Berkeley was here doing some research on Prop 64. I will be meeting with them remotely on Monday morning to discuss things with them on that. Meeting with our CAO on Monday afternoon, and then having an ARPA committee meeting a little bit later after that. And I will see if I will be at a Clear Lake Chamber meeting as well, trying to support what their activities are. And then back here on Tuesday.
Thank you on that. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, finishing up today's meeting, and I have a meeting this afternoon with a constituent in Middletown. Would like to say that, thanks for reminding me too, Supervisor Sabatier, the Middletown Farmers Market is going to on Fridays nights from 4 to I think 7:30. It's well attended right there in front of, right downtown at the library park there, or community center there, and it's going real well. So the other thing too, the last couple of weeks we've been seeing some businesses open. I will say that our local watering hole, Nobles, is back open. It hasn't been open for 2 years since the pandemic. New owners came in. They'll be open today, from my understanding. So not encouraging it, but another business, more jobs and opportunities. They got to hire bartenders and everything else. So happy for those folks. This week have Grants Best Fits meeting on Thursday, Disaster Council meeting on Thursday afternoon. We are going to do that in person here for the first time. We're going to do it in person in the chambers. And then Friday we have the weekly planning meeting with the home hardening program. I don't have much this weekend, but do have Monday as a full day. We needed to reschedule the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority meeting. We moved it to the 25th. So we've done that. It'll be at 3 o'clock on Monday. Also Monday, I have a meeting with Carol in the morning. That'll be the last one. And then Lake County Risk Reduction Authority Finance meeting, and also the Tree Mortality Task Force meeting. So we got some stuff coming up, getting prepared for a potential update coming in May on everything. So glad to be having that and moving forward with those. And not the last meeting with Carol. The last meeting will be on the 26th for us. But just saying the last update and meeting with myself and our current CAO. As we move through the next few weeks, obviously, happy to have the rain. It's not enough, obviously, going to put us where we need to be, but it'd be good Wednesday and Thursday to just hopefully get another inch or two as we move forward through things. And then, as you guys know, coming up in May, as we move through the rest of this month, we'll be preparing for fire season. So I just want to get that message out there. I know we're going to do some stuff that we always do in May, but please take advantage of these opportunities Mother Nature's given us right now. Let the rain come down, and then do what you can to protect your home and do what you need to do around your property. So cannot stress that enough. Thanks, Supervisor. I appreciate your time. You're going to be standing in Sacramento. I have a couple issues I'd like you to bring up when we're over there. I'll catch it before we're done today and just make some suggestions to deal with a couple of different things, drought being one of those that I'd like to look at and get some feedback from you from Sacramento. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Scott?
Yes, tonight I'll be attending the Lakeport City Council meeting. I believe the ACT Club from Clear Lake High School, Governance Club, will be there tonight. I'm sure they're doing something there, so I want to be there to support the youth because they always do great things. Tomorrow, agenda review at 9 o'clock, and then I have constituent meetings in the afternoon. Lakeport Unified will be having a town hall meeting for parents at 7 p.m. It'll be on Zoom. Everybody should have received their invitation. On Thursday the 21st, IFT meeting at 9 to 11. On Friday, I will be attending the grand opening of the Native Mines, grand reopening of Native Mines here at 11 o'clock here in Lakeport. At noon, I will be attending the Hope Rising subcommittee meeting for the Wellville Gathering next month. And in the afternoon, I'm going into some trainings. Saturday, the Children's Festival will be here at Library Park in Lakeport. I actually don't know what time that starts, but usually it's 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. All kinds of activities for the youth, and it's all free. And then on Monday at 8:30, I'm meeting with my planning commissioner. And then at 5 o'clock, the Scotts Valley Community Meeting via Zoom, and then back here on Tuesday.
Thank you. I'll start off with tonight after the meeting. Of course, we'll do a closed session, and then I have to meet with staff about something, and then also water resources. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., agenda review. Worth tomorrow will be in Upper Lake, and we're having water resources and code enforcement will be present, so it's going to be a good one. Law Library, BOT, I don't know what that means.
That's the Law Library meeting.
Okay, I know I don't know what BOT means, but I'll figure it out. Board of Trustees. I just thought bought like computers from the 90s typing class or something, Sorry. And then
Where are we going?
It's on Zoom. Go to Zoom.
CLOGBA in the evening at 5:30, and Senator McGuire will be there, so he'll be having a discussion there too. So just show up, and of course, Clear Lake Oaks Business Association was what CLOGBA stands for. Circle of Native Minds on Friday, the opening. Of course, this weekend I was going to be a part of the UL cleanup. However, I have to attend a funeral that day, so won't be doing that. Monday CAO meeting, of course. That'll be our last one. But and then with Susan as well, and tree mortality meeting with Pat Blacklock from RCRC, and back here on Tuesday for the Board of Supervisors meeting. So with that, I think we've got through everything, and so we're going to move to closed session. I'll read those off. 8.1, conference with labor negotiator A, chief negotiator M. Long, county negotiations, Carol Hutchinson and Pam Samick, and B, employee organization LCDDAA, LCDSA, LCCOA, LCEA, LCSEA, and LCSMA. 8.2, conference with temporary representatives designated to meet with confidential A and B employees regarding salaries and benefits. 8.3, conference with temporary representatives designated to meet with county department heads regarding salary and benefits and unrepresented management employees. 8.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9D1 Nichols versus County of Lake et al. With that, we'll go into closed session, and thank you for sticking with us.